Good evening. I'm calling to order the Tuesday, September 19th, 2017 meeting of the City of Ann Arbor Planning Commission. Commission public meetings are held typically the first and third Tuesdays of each month, and both of these provide opportunities for the community and for citizens to address the commission. We certainly encourage all persons to participate. Anyone requiring special consideration or services should contact the clerk's office at least 2 days in advance, either by phone 734-794-6140 or via email. The Planning Commission meeting agendas and packets are available 2 business days in advance of the meeting and are also available at the Legislative Information Center on the City Clerk's webpage. We will start our meeting with a roll call.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Briggs.
Here.
Commissioner Klein.
Here.
Commissioner Gibb Randall.
Here.
Commissioner Mills.
Here.
Commissioner Milstein.
Here.
Commissioner Trudeau. Commissioner Weatherby.
Here.
Commissioner Woods. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. Try to get this a little closer. First item on the agenda tonight is approval of the agenda. Can I have a commissioner move the agenda? Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Milstein. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, all in favor of the agenda as printed, please say yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And introductions. Mr. Leonard, did you have an introduction this evening?
Just 2 brief introductions. Luke Liu, one of our traffic engineers, is here, and if any questions arise, any of the technical review of the proposals this evening. And then I'd also like to introduce a relatively new staff member to the city, Mark Howell. He's the deputy building official, and I think he's just here for the ride.
All right. Well, enjoy. It's always fun here. Next is meeting minutes from previous meetings, and we have none in our packet this evening. So we'll go on to reports from city administration, city council, planning manager, and planning commission officers and committees. And as always, we'll start with city council. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been an exciting 2 weeks. A few things to discuss. The first is I just want to quickly give an update. City Council received a presentation from our finance staff on the concept of a city income tax. The concept itself is not new to the community discourse, but has been brought up once again as a means to try to bridge gaps in where the direction of our revenue and the direction of our costs are going into the future. As I think by no means is it ready to move forward, and we're very far from taking action one way or the other. There are serious issues around implementation, as well as appropriateness and timing. I bring it up, though, because an interesting thing came to light in discussion of where the present state of our recurring revenues and recurring costs. And our city CFO, Tom Crawford, to illustrate the importance of development in the city over since the economic recovery, that actually 1/3 to 2/3 of all revenue increases in that time have come from new development. Not just increases in taxable value and increases in tax rates because of inflation, which is a startling figure. And as we talk about how we move forward and provide services, how we use land is critical to that conversation. And we being the body that is responsible for setting the regulations around what can be built where, thinking about creating a sustainable city, not just environmentally, not just economically, but also fiscally. The next piece I wanted to talk about is the crosswalk ordinance, something that we don't touch directly, but as we talk about a walkable and bikeable community, pedestrian safety is tantamount in how we regulate it. City Council voted last night to revisit our crosswalk ordinance. I shouldn't say revisit. To do a thorough review. In 2010, the ordinance we have today that states if a pedestrian is standing or stationary at a crosswalk, cars are obligated to stop for them to allow them to transit across the crosswalk. Like any regulation, any new regulation that may seem different, although isn't when you compare us to other benchmark communities across the country, having a review is completely appropriate. And I think it's appropriate now as we do have more infrastructure for pedestrian and bicyclist safety since we did in 2010, to really have that conversation again if we if we're building the infrastructure necessary to fully enforce this crosswalk ordinance and create a safe community. A few smaller notes, the gallery development at the corner of Jefferson and Ashley, which was recommended for approval by this body, has moved through City Council and will go on to building permitting. And finally, as most of us are aware, medical marijuana is moving forward. The permitting and legal regulation is already in its final draft and ready for council approval and is waiting for our discussion next in terms of zoning.
Thank you for that very full reprisal of the council activities.
It's been a big 2 weeks.
You have been busy. I'm going to come back to planning manager because Mr. Leonard stepped out to see if he could get CTN to correct the feedback problem. Let's go on to planning commissioner officers, committees. Anything to report out from any of the committees? Commissioner Mills.
Last Wednesday, I participated in the final official meeting of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the tree line, the Allen Creek Urban Trail. Sorry, everyone has to train themselves. It was an opportunity to see some on boards, kind of what will come before us in terms of the master plan, a draft of that. There is a community meeting, a community-wide meeting that is on, October 4th in this room at 6:30 p.m. So that's an opportunity for the community to come out. The team presented additional details about discussions with Watco and with University of Michigan in terms of the routing. So at that meeting, the staff told us they anticipated it coming before us on November 8th, and I don't know if Mr. Leonard if that's still on track, but that's tentatively when they had the public hearing scheduled. And they were going to unveil the story map, which is kind of the online snazzy version of the master plan so that you can kind of zoom in, click around, and get details along the path.
So is the story map coming out November 8th, or is that going to be out sooner?
No, they told the Citizens Advisory Committee that the story map would be unveiled then. That the text version, if you'll recall, we voted a couple meetings ago to release for public comment to neighboring jurisdictions the master plan, and City Council, I think, then effectively approved that release as well. They have a PDF version of this. It'll be the same content but much more interactive. And the idea is that the PDF, I think, can live, as adopted, but that the story map would also allow for updates as conditions on the ground change going forward.
More of a living document.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you. Other commissioners or committee report outs? Commissioner Gibb Randall.
I met with the partners at the DDA, and I was telling them we have been doing reviewing a lot of projects along South State, and even though that's out of their kind of immediate jurisdiction, we had a really good dialogue around trying to think about the integration of our CIP with that area in terms of really making it much more bikeable and walkable, especially as we've been reviewing projects. We've been, I think, struggling with that a little bit about where bike lanes end and stop and start along there. And there's parts of it that work and parts of it that don't. And just trying to think a little bit more holistically about that corridor, the capital improvements plan, and how that area has a lot of potential for economic development too, in terms of where things could be happening in that area too. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up as something because there's been a lot of activity out there that we've been looking at, and I'm not quite sure where it is in the order of things for our CIP plan, but it was something that we just thought it might be good for us to get ahead of that a little bit in terms of how we're reviewing some of our master plans and integrating those and thinking about things like that. So just wanted to bring that up.
I appreciate that, and I like the fact that we're starting to get a little bit more proactive about that. And just for people's reference that aren't into the acronym, CIP stands for Capital Improvements Plan. It's an annual plan that we put together at the city to look at upcoming potential capital improvements. Other commissioners, committees? I'll just mention briefly that we had a very good working session last week. moving along the ordinance for medicinal marijuana for the community in response to the state legislation. Got a lot of good input from the community, and I think it was a positive session. So, Mr. Leonard, is there any update from planning manager?
I just wanted to draw your attention to one communication, notice of a proposed land division. As is customary, it's an administrative function, but we like to share that notice with the Planning Commission and the public. Comments are, this has already gone out. However, comments should be received in our office by tomorrow to be considered prior to the end of our review. It's for 24 Ridgeway Street, and again, just a land division.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else on item 6, we'll go to item 7, which is audience participation. This is one of a couple of opportunities in the meeting for members of the audience to address the commission. This first one is for anyone who wants to address the commission on an item that's not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So if it's listed as anything under item 9, you should not be speaking about that here, but at a public hearing associated with those items. For anything else, you may speak to the commission for up to 3 minutes. If you'd like to, please come up to the podium, identify yourself by name and address, and you may speak for up to 3 minutes. Okay. Seeing no one, we'll go on to the next item, and there will be another opportunity later if you think of something in the meantime. Item 8 is public hearing scheduled for the next business meeting.
2 items scheduled for our next regular business meeting, an annexation and proposed rezoning for a single-family parcel located at 2883 Stone School, to annex into the city and rezone it to R1D, single-family dwelling, and then an application for Rainbow Child Care Center at 2600 Nixon Road to construct a 10,782 square foot child care building with 41 parking spaces. The special exception use is required for the location of the child care center in a residential zone.
Great, thank you. And this brings us to item 9, our regular business items. We have 2 on the agenda. Each item will have a staff report, followed by a public hearing and commission discussion. If items are tabled, most likely they'll be rescheduled to a future meeting, and if you'd like to be made aware of that, the easiest way is to sign on the podium here, your name and address and email, and you would be notified by email of that. Typically for public hearings, you are allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes, unless you are either the petitioner, in which case you may have up to 5 minutes, or the leader of a registered member group in the city, a community group, and if you identify yourself, you can also have up to 5 minutes. I think in the case of one of our projects, it's rather large and complex, and we're going to have the petitioner, they could take multiple slots, do a couple of them in a row to start off that project. That'll be the second hearing, because we think it'll be more beneficial for the community in terms of getting a good understanding of the project. So our first item, item 9A, is 2857 Packard Road. It's the Weber site plan for city council approval. This project was previously submitted as an area plan, and the site was rezoned to R1E with conditions. The site plan is proposing 51 units to be built on a 7.96 acre parcel, and we'll start with the staff report.
Okay, as all that was previously stated, this site is located north of Packard Road, just east of Easy Street. It's approximately 7.9 acres. It did come in late last year, 2016, for approval as a conditional rezoning from R1C to R1E. That is a single-family residential district. It is surrounded by R1B, R1C, which are also single-family districts. From the aerial, it's a little difficult to see, but you'll see later in the presentation, there is a farmhouse that was constructed in approximately 1840 with several outhouses surrounding the farmhouse. As part of the conditional rezoning, the petitioner agreed to limit the number of units on site at 52, to also include a 15-foot wide buffer around the perimeter of the site, to not construct garages more than 12 feet in front of the actual structure. Also, as part of that conditional rezoning, he would construct approximately 5 smaller type, ranch type houses, for the neighbors. Here you can see, this is the natural features that are existing on site. The key here is the orange area is the mid-level woodland on site, which is basically concentrated in the central and southern portion of the site. In that woodland area are also numerous landmark trees. The circled areas which got washed out a little bit with the green, those are the landmark bur oak trees. They range in size from approximately 20 inches all the way up to 60 inches. Some of these trees are in fact as old, if not older, than the city of Ann Arbor and are considered high-level concern. So what was originally proposed was an area plan. As you can see from the area plan, which was required as part of the rezoning, there were areas of open space. In particular, you could see where the larger bur oak trees on the west side of the site and open space towards Packard, which is the southern portion of the site. At that time, this particular area plan had 52 dwelling units, and there was stormwater detention on the south area of the site. During the area plan review, we don't have as extensive as a review process as the site plan, so it was not being scrutinized for alternatives analysis or natural features as it would at the site plan stage. So here's the site plan that has been proposed to us. We've had several, but this is the most recent that has come in. They do in fact have 3 areas of stormwater detention. They have improved the stormwater detention on site as there was no detention previously shown on site. This one is at 51 units, so they have gone down from original 56, 52 at the area plan stage, and now to 51. It's a private street. It does have 51 private parking spaces. It's a little difficult to see. I'll use the mouse here, but you can see 31 spaces in the area by the detention area, and around that private drive, there are also an additional 20 spaces to meet the private street ordinance. They also have 1 access point off of Packard, which has been approved by our traffic engineer. If there are questions, he is here to answer additional questions. There's also an emergency exit here with mountable curbs. There are also bollards in there that will be used only in emergency cases. Here's the landscape plan. In particular, it's a little difficult to see. The darker ovals, I thought it would turn out a little better. Those are the mitigation trees that are surrounding the site. I've listed the calculations in the lower left-hand corner. Mitigation tree required is 1,383 inches. The mitigation trees provided are 714.5 inches, which are approximately 51.7%. The proposed street tree planting fund, which would include 668 inches, which is 48.3%, would come to $66,800, which the petitioner is proposing. The ones that, essentially, the darker circles are the mitigation trees. The ones that are around the perimeter of the drive, those are the street trees around the interior and the exterior. So there is a difference between the mitigation trees and the street trees. The petitioner has also shown alternatives analysis as part of the site plan proposal. I probably don't want to get into too many details of all of them, but the one in particular is site alternative number 1, where they've shown approximately 40 lots being constructed, which does meet, we believe, the County Drain Commission approval for stormwater detention, also for access, and does save more landmark trees on site. We can always refer to the chart in our discussions of how many more landmark and woodland has been saved as opposed to the site plan that's been submitted. So the petitioner has submitted that there are alternatives to saving some woodlands while still getting at least 40 lots on site. As previously stated, this is the existing farmhouse. This is looking north from Packard Road. This will be removed. This is the site as you're looking east from Packard Road. You can see the landmark woodland trees along the site. As I was out there taking some pictures the other day, I wasn't aware that they actually cut a little swath in there, but that was due to DTE, so the utilities were cutting out about a 10, 15-foot wide swath along the west side of the property line along the fence. It's my understanding, and the petitioner can probably respond, that they did get permission to cut these down. I'm not sure that any landmark or woodland trees were cut down in this process, so I think this is just trees that were cut down that were non-landmark or woodland trees. Again, landmark bur oak tree. I'm not sure if this is a 60 or 40 inch, so I left it kind of vague. I couldn't even get the whole tree in the picture, but it is a landmark bur oak tree that is one that was shown on the previous landscape plan. Staff has recommended denial of this site plan due to the impact of natural features. All other Reviews by city staff have been complete and have been met. So this really comes down to the impact on natural features, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. So with the conclusion of the staff report, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. If you'd like to address the commission, please step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
So my name is Karen White. I live on Cranbrook Road, which is very near this property. We've lived adjacent to this property for going on 20 years. I'm very familiar with the trees. I totally second your planning staff's denial of this site plan because of the impact it would have on those trees. But there's another very important consideration that I want you all to be aware of. The house, which you saw just a brief glimpse of, it's hard to see through the trees. I've given you handouts, double-sided color copies, to show you what that house looks in better detail. And in particular, I wanted to make you familiar with some of the history. We think a group of local historic preservation folks and I have done some research on this. We think this house dates to 1852. It is a significant Greek revival farmhouse of a type that is very rarely preserved in this county. I wanted to also show you some comparative images from a Washtenaw County plat map in the late 19th century of what similar farmhouses looked like at the time. We have hardly any of these left, hardly any. And I'm really concerned that historic preservation was not thought of in the early part of this process. By the time we became aware that the house was threatened, I attended a citizen participation meeting in which I hoped to explore options for moving the house or keeping the house as part of this development. It did not go well. The developer was not sympathetic and was not eager to hear anything about the historic nature of the property. We were told that we could contact the owner. The owner is not sympathetic. And I'm particularly concerned that the owner has kept the property, the house, under his own control. It seems to me to be an end run around any concern about historic preservation and a deliberate attempt to shield the developer from the kinds of questions that would make the developer uncomfortable. That house is significant. I wish we could have gotten in to give you more information about its significance. The owner would not allow us inside the property, despite the fact that he says it's for sale for $65,000. So I would strongly urge that I expect there will be some sort of development on this property. I expect that, but there is no need to tear down a historic structure in the process, and I hope to explore those options. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello. I cut work to be here because I haven't been able to come to the other ones. My name's Eileen Carino. I live on Easy Street. One tree does not a habitat make, so I am hopeful that the Planning Commission will approve a larger portion of that woodlot to be saved in the new plans. I love the variety of birds I have in my backyard, the wildlife, all that 7 acres supports. And Ann Arbor is a tree town. I hope it will remain so. Please consider the quality of life of the neighborhood and of those people who will be crammed on tiny lots in their big houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the commission on this item?
My name is George Taylor. I'm president of the Cobblestone Farm Association, just down the street. My concern is the house. I would love to move the house. I don't have the finances to do that. there are a couple of suggestions. One, we could move it to Cobblestone Farm. One, we could move it to Pittsville Junction. My request is that the property owners and the developers use the house as a central theme for that particular subdivision, leaving the house intact. It might have to be moved, that's fine, but leave the house intact because it is of historic significance to our area. We were originally Pittsville Township. The township annexed and the city annexed the site in the 1950s. They were looking for affordable housing when they did that in the 1950s. We still need affordable housing in that particular area. But the house should stay and use it as a central theme for that particular property. And I asked the gentlemen who are operating the facility to do that. You can use it as a clubhouse. I live in a subdivision in Ypsilanti Township that's looking for a place to put a clubhouse. You already have one. You have a historically significant house. It was the second house on the south end of that particular section of the township. There was two farmhouses, and then they came along in the 1840s and 1850s when the property was sold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Crockett. I don't live in that neighborhood, but I am a preservationist. And I was one of the persons from Greater Ann Arbor who met with Karen and George and a number of other citizens, including Ellen Thackeray, who is the field representative for the Michigan Historic Preservation Network. We met because of our concern for preserving that historic farmhouse. That house does not need to be thrown away. And we were frustrated. Karen did so much exploration in trying to find ways to work with the owner to save the house. And it should be saved. It's a part of the context of Washtenaw County. Most of the people who came here and settled in and around Ann Arbor were farmers. There's little of that story that's left. We have a farmer's market, but the only farm that we really pay tribute to is the Cobblestone Farm, and yet there were many throughout this community. I urge you to try to do everything within your power to save this wonderful little gem. It needs restoration, it needs some work, but what historic house doesn't? I know that from personal experience.
Thank you.
Hello, y'all hear me okay? Dan Billich, 2719 Cranbrook, really close by. For something completely different. My day job, I drive buses for AATA, and I'm not speaking on behalf of AATA, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I've driven buses for AATA for 17 years now. I know traffic around Ann Arbor. Perhaps Mr. Lou knows traffic around it. When I got off work today at 4 o'clock on Industrial Highway to go home, what I did is I turned left on Industrial and I went up to Jewett, and I took Jewett up to Packard, and I took Packard to Independence. I took Independence to, there's a place you get onto Dorchester, I think, and then I got down to Towner, right past the elementary school there, got to Cranbrook, because you can't go on Packard. You can't. So if we're going to put something in there, why does it have to be crammed in? 50 houses, 100, I don't know how many cars are going to be in there. How are those people going to go east when they get out of there? What they're going to do is they're going to look for a spot, and they're going to get out into that middle lane there. That's what they're going to do. And people trying to get out down on whatever it is, the next one down, it's going to be twice as hard. They're going to be trying to get over. It's nuts already. It really is. So why are we trying to maximize it? I mean, be a good neighbor. How can we find some kind of middle ground? water. I'm almost done here. If they're cramming in as many houses as possible, I bet the water retention ponds are as small as possible. Kind of stands to reason. What's going to happen with the 100-year storm? People have trouble. We're blessed in our house. What's going to happen? Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. My name's Tom Covert. I'm with Midwestern Consulting. I'm here tonight with Jim Heisler, who's the developer of the project, and Tina Fix, who's a member of our project team. Since our last meeting, as Chris pointed out, we've been pursuing our site plan approval. It's been a very lengthy road. It's been a very good balance of various municipal stakeholders and interests, and we feel we've done a good job of balancing those interests. Since we've last met, we've revised the plan. There was a reduction in the number of lots. We do have a single access point now with the emergency access. We actually have sidewalks on both sides of the private roadway now, where before we had only one on one side. We have parking, as Chris mentioned. We have an extraordinary stormwater system, which includes infiltration. It also addresses the problem far further than we had with our area plan with regard to stormwater that had been broken in this area for a long time, that flowed across our site from off-site through our site and into neighbors' yards. That is a known problem. We're addressing both the quantity and quality. We've also proposed a pipe conveyance system for our stormwater management at great cost. We believe we have proper tree mitigation for impacted trees and woodlands. As Chris pointed out, we're mitigating both on-site and off-site. And one thing that seems to be a little bit missing from the discussion in the reports is that our site plan meets the master plan elements. It meets the conditional zoning requirements. It's reviewed and received acceptance by systems planning, which is utilities, water, and sanitary, parks with our park contribution, solid waste from a solid waste management perspective, fire access and protection, soil erosion control, soil erosion management, traffic, engineering design. We've also had 3 neighbor meetings where we've received information, very well-attended meetings, where we received concern and input from the neighbors. We've also received Washtenaw County Water Resources Stormwater Management approval for the system that we're proposing. But the only factor that seems to be being considered at this time, and the rationale for the project, is that the project does not reasonably limit the disturbance of natural features to the minimum necessary to allow a reasonable use of the land. With the proposed project, again, I'll mention, we meet all the other interests and all the other reviews from the municipal stakeholder perspective, and that we are mitigating for the trees that we are impacting. Maybe even a little more so being conservative for some of the trees that we are developing near and mitigating for. Our goal for this meeting tonight is to receive questions, answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have, and then respectfully request action on our project. And the one thing I did want to mention that was maybe mischaracterized, DTE did not ask permission to be on the site to remove or maintain trees that are within their right-of-ways. They notified that they would be on site doing so. And I think that's kind of a common thing currently countywide. So we're here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the commission on this item?
Hello, I'm Mrs. Taylor, 2814 Cranbrook Road. I've lived there 34 years, and I'm just going to repeat what everybody said, but I do want to add that everyone in the neighborhood on Cranbrook and on the streets leading into it have had water problems, first with the plumbing system in the street, and secondly now, I just received a letter this week that said the city is testing our area to see if there's leakage between sewage and the clean water flows that have been put in. And they're doing that right now, and I was informed tonight that there was a big water main break on Packard right in front of this area. So to me, it's just another thing to look at. The city keeps saying everything's fine. The developers say everything's fine. Everybody's happy with it. But I can tell you that I've lived there 34 years, and I know people are not happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. And we'll begin by reading the motion, the proposed motion, which reads as follows. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the Weber Site Plan and Development Agreement, subject to recording of stormwater easements. Can I have commissioners move that? Commissioner Briggs, followed, seconded by Commissioner Mills. And this will open up commission discussion. Is there, Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't on Planning Commission when this first came forward, but I did have the opportunity to have this conversation and take a vote on this at City Council. I supported the rezoning at that time for a number of reasons, thinking R1E being a more appropriate zoning than R1C for this location. First and foremost, because when the adjacent neighborhoods were developed, half a century ago, the standard was smaller house sizes. It was ranches. The R1C of today presented the opportunity to build houses that could quadruple that size. And I think it's in the interest of the neighborhood and trying to preserve character if development is to happen to ensure that looking McMansions aren't overlooking into the backyards of people's homes who have lived there for decades. With the conditions we put on the rezoning, we guaranteed that a number of these houses would be ranch, and as that's part of the conditional rezoning, that would continue regardless, and guaranteed a 15-foot land use buffer, which guarantees increased privacy for residents who live there now. And I was comfortable with those things, and so I was interested to see what a site plan may look like. And I have to say, as an aside, moving forward, area plans make me uncomfortable because I think a situation like this can unfold. I was interested to see the site plan, and when looking at the development and its statistics, the number of units, the number of access points, the amount of stormwater mitigation, it all looked good until we took a dive into the preservation of the landscaping of the natural resources that exist there today. And then I was even more concerned that as I looked at this and how did this get here, because I trust our staff to be thorough and diligent and look out excuse me, I'm fighting a cold, and look out for the interests of the community and the neighborhood, especially with respect to natural features. And I was surprised to see, as I looked through all of the site plans that were submitted to date, that this only regressed from where we started with the area plan. That we went from open space and we went from trying to protect what is one of our most important natural features, which is the forest that existed here before any of our predecessors. And I was surprised to see that was the direction that the conversation was moving. I thought the area plan would be a good place for that conversation to start, and apparently it was not. I think that staff has laid out pretty clearly why this doesn't meet the zoning ordinance, and I think that the developer has, in a lot of ways, by presenting a very realistic and attractive alternative number one, really proven to us that this doesn't meet the zoning, that there are ways in which you can plan this site to affect the natural features to the minimum degree necessary. And I won't be supporting it. I'm happy to hear the petitioner's side of the story of how we got from area plan to this proposal and the two iterations that came before it. But this is a disappointing direction, and I have to concur with staff that this isn't affecting our natural features to its minimum degree.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mills?
When this came before us, I was the lone dissenter. sorry, on Planning Commission, I went back to refresh my mind, memory of what I said, and I think I still stand by that. Much like Commissioner Ackerman, I support the idea of limiting the size of units that are built here. But the other reason that I was supportive generally of rezoning this as R1E was to allow the developer some flexibility to work around the natural features. A lot of the discussion at the table was that, especially by placing, I think it came at council time that there was the condition placed on how many units could possibly be built. But by doing that, that allowed a similar number of units that would be allowed under the existing zoning, but more flexibility in lot size so that they could have some smaller lots to work around those natural features. So you know, in some ways it's cluster zoning. It just allows for just some more flexibility. So I was generally supportive of the rezoning, but at the time I voted against the rezoning because I don't like area plans. And I was afraid that when the devil's in the details, and when you work it out, you don't know what you're gonna come back with. And so I concur with Commissioner Ackerman that we should rethink whether area plans are appropriate. And that might be coming up in commission proposed business later on, just as a FYI. Because, you know, one of the reason that I like this zoning for this place was to work around the natural features. The fact that the natural features have not been worked around defeats the purpose of that. And so if this were what we would see along with that rezoning, I would, even if this were the first time that we were seeing it, I would be voting against this for that reason, because I do not think that it works around those natural features to the extent possible. And I do think that site alternative number 1 shows that that's possible. The 41 units, is that right, that are shown in here? My calculation is that an R1C district, which is the underlying zoning, original underlying zoning, 46 units would be more or less allowed, but that's without streets. Is that about right? Do you remember?
If you did the math, it's 7,200 square feet for the
Yeah.
minimum lot size, but again, you would have to take into account stormwater detention, utilities, streets, et cetera, so it's difficult to place how many.
So 41 even seems like, if this weren't R1E, this were R1C, that 41 seems very reasonable, even in R1C, I think. So I do think that there are alternatives that are reasonable, that still allow for development of this site, that really, I think, site alternative 1 puts to use this zoning well. It provides a similar number of units that you would have in the surrounding zoning, but it allows you to cluster those units closer together to save the natural features. A couple other things, though, and going back to the notes from that original meeting that I had questions for staff, and if you can't answer it, maybe for the petitioner. Commissioner Briere at that time was talking about unit sizes, and I can't find the video because I remember asking the petitioner about what sizes of units were planned. But at that time, her concern was that in R1E, the maximum unit size allowable is 2,000 square feet, and that if the units were built to 2,000 square feet, no one would be able to remodel. And so she strongly encouraged the petitioner not to have unit sizes, many of the unit sizes at 2,000 square feet. I couldn't find details about what size units are being proposed, like what the square footage of the houses are. Is that level of detail somewhere? Do you have that information?
We don't have that, but it is correct. It is a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size, but it's also a 2,000 square foot maximum dwelling unit. It would be up to the petitioner how large, say, the ranch units are going to be. I would imagine that they will probably be up to the buyers, how large the houses, what types of models they're going to offer, up to 2,000 square feet. But I think there may even be, so if you look in the lower right-hand corner, you can see what a typical lot looks like, which is a 4,000 square foot lot, and then you can see the building envelope. So my guess is and I'll defer to the petitioner, they're probably gonna fill that building envelope up. There's not much room there to work with. So if they can get a two-story, maybe a walkout at 2,000 square feet, you know, and if that's what the customer is looking for, that's probably what's going to be constructed.
So then the question for the petitioners, often when we see like subdivision developments, we see like the units options that you would give. Do you have that available?
Please use the microphone.
Hello, Jim Heisler, Peters Building Company, the petitioner. Yes, we don't have it available, but I think Chris probably pretty much expressed it well. It's up to a maximum of 2,000. We'll see what the market would bear out at that time. If they would rather have it all built when you start, or if you add on the ranches, obviously just from the math, we would not be able to get a 2,000 square foot ranch on there
Okay.
and make it work. So the ranches will definitely be smaller than 2,000 square feet. The rest, I'm not sure yet. They'll, you know, I've got possibilities of houses that I've looked at and have built in the past from 1,600 to 2,000.
Okay, thank you.
And could I address, Mr. Ackerman, or Commissioner Ackerman was asked about, what was the one question? I'm sorry.
Not sure if he, did you put a question to the petitioner?
I thought you.
I think technically I did. I said I would be happy to hear your side of the story of how we got from an area plan to a site plan today and the two iterations in between. Well, I mean, I'm happy to hear your side of the story, but it seems regressive
Yep.
in its trend.
Oh, yeah, you had several reviews from several different departments that, quite frankly, don't really care about the one that you all do here about the natural features. So I'm addressing, I've got this, you have, the others don't have a way to mitigate that factor and protect the financial interest of both the developer and the landowner. You have it with tree mitigation. You have it laid right out. You've done it for other developments through time. So that's what we went on. Your, the Washtenaw County Water Resources, their requirements changed dramatically from last year when we proposed this and received the rezoning. We don't set the rules we go by. The city of Ann Arbor does, in your departments. We simply followed what we were given, period. That's all we can do. So to sit here and say, we weren't concerned about it, I don't like to cut trees. I wish I didn't have to. They sell homes, they sell communities. However, your rules and regulations, I followed them to a T. So I'm respectfully requesting a vote tonight to move this on. Because we've worked on this and worked on this through several iterations to address your concerns. That's why it is where it is today.
And I can appreciate that. And in response, I think when you're talking about conditional rezoning and something as serious as rezoning alone, when an area plan is put in front of this body and city council and the public, there's an expectation that the site plan is going to look a lot like it and not be a step backwards, if anything, a step forward to protect the interests of the community. And you know what, that's probably our fault, that's probably the city's fault for giving that as an option. I think when we're having this conversation, we should have it in full, that if we're gonna rezone to R1E, what does that really mean? And maybe we take on as much blame as you for that fact, but this is just a step in the wrong direction for me. That's not to say I don't respect your motives and how hard you've worked to meet the demands of a lot of different departments, but
I think it would be fair to mention that because you weren't on commission at the time, when this did come through as a site plan, there was considerable discussion about whether it should go forward as a area plan as it was, and I believe that staff actually, my understanding, tried to dissuade you from moving forward with an area plan.
That is
for
correct.
this kind of reason, because rules changed, and some of them within our control, some of them not.
That is correct. But I simply followed the city's rules at the time. I took the rules and interpret them. I'm sorry that you might not like the way they changed, but I spent considerable money following your rules. And I can understand, so just please don't.
We will do our best to do that.
Can I finish following up from the question that
Oh.
got in there?
Sorry, Commissioner. Mills.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. This is going back to the house sizes. When we've seen things like this before, I know we have often seen, not necessarily floor plans, but at least renderings of what the houses might look like. Is that something that we request or not? If that's a question for staff, I guess.
Typically, we do ask, we should probably have something that we could have shown you as far as the types of models.
Okay, thank you. And I was gonna say, if this
It's not a
comes,
requirement strictly speaking, though.
got it, yeah. If this comes back before us to you and to you, I would like to see that, just to know what options are available, and how close or not many of them are to 2,000 square feet, because that was a concern earlier. And then to follow up on the response there too, I stand behind my assessment that the site alternative number 1 with 41 units is a reasonable use of the land that would minimize impacts on natural features, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Other commissioners? I can share a few comments. I believe at the time when this came through, I did vote in favor of it, and I too thought the R1E rezoning would offer flexibility on a site with natural features and a historic home. In fact, the original plan that we had from that time showed the historic home remaining and the most significant landmark trees remaining. I also thought it would help with affordability, which was talked about both in terms of unit sizes. I, like my fellow commissioners, am a bit disappointed to see that both the historic home and the landmark trees, in particular the significant landmark oaks, are not included on the plan that's being put forward. And I have to say to the commissioners, to the petitioner's agent, that I respectfully understand that you've tried to meet all the rules and requirements, and there are quite a few to do development in Ann Arbor. It's not easy. I think that's generally intentional in terms of the community. We do try to, we do want to encourage more affordable housing. We don't know that specifically that there's an affordability component in this development as it would be defined for a particular segment of income levels. But since we haven't heard about that, the assumption is it's a market rate. Meeting most of our ordinances isn't the bar by which we judge you in terms of being able to approve it. You do have to meet all the ordinance requirements, and while there might be some judgment on some of these calls, the fact that in my mind, and I think in some of the other commissioners, does not meet the standard for the minimum disruption of the natural features is a reason to not support this. I am certainly sympathetic to the others who have mentioned the historic home here, but unfortunately, we don't have any compelling reason from the commission's perspective to use that as a reason for deciding one way or the other about the project. It is not, as far as I know, a historically protected landmark. It's not in a historic district. But obviously, a home of that age does have some significant history, and is certainly worth paying attention to and hopefully saving. So I also find it difficult to support this in its current state here tonight. Commissioners drew their attention to the first option, or there is even another option that was shown that with less units, but would save more of the natural features. I think something like this, there's a real difficult challenge of balancing those things with the cost of development and the affordability aspect of the project, whether it's a market rate or one for more affordable housing. I don't think this, in my mind, meets that balance. Commissioner Milstein.
Thank you. A couple questions. For staff, with regards to, I guess let's start off with the fire lane. I don't think we've seen anything like this, especially with access to a major road. So can you elaborate as to how that works and how the portable or the mountable curbs work?
Yeah, there are mountable curbs along Packard and to the interior loop drive. There are also, I believe, I can't read it very well up there, but breakable bollards for emergency access. This was reviewed by our fire marshal and approved.
Okay. So, can you just explain to me a little bit more about, so this is gonna look like a sidewalk? Like, what exactly is this gonna look like?
I'm gonna defer that one to the petitioner. I think they'll be able to explain what it will look like. I believe it's a hardened path also that's over there, but
Thank you. As far as the pathway goes for emergency access, our intent is that it would play more of a role as a wider sidewalk or a plaza area that people could walk along. We're proposing to have benches that would sit just outside of that, but it would still keep the clear lane that would come onto the site. With our area plan, we had proposed 2 access points, and it was determined at that time that 2 access points wouldn't be good or wise from a traffic perspective. So that's why we switched to the 1 access point, but having 1 access point doesn't satisfy the fire access needs. So that's why we determined to put in that plaza that would play more of a role as a pathway, 90% of the time, and maybe the small percentage of the time somebody needed to access that for an emergency. It does have mountable curb at each end and breakaway bollards, as Chris mentioned.
Okay. And while you're here, I have a couple other questions for you. With regards to parking, can you just chat a little bit? So I'm assuming each of the residences will have a 2-car garage, the garages that are going to be attached?
We are planning for each residence to have a 2-car garage and then also to be parked in their driveway with 2 cars. So you have essentially four effective parking spaces for each unit, and then on top of that, street parking, and then the parking required for the private roads.
And how many parking spots outside of the driveway and the garage will there be on site?
There are 51.
51. And those spots are located around the detention pond?
One side of the private road, and then they are 90-degree parked into the detention pond, or towards the detention pond area. They're not in the detention pond, but
Okay.
toward it.
And then can we chat a little bit about the property that's there right now? I understand from reading during the citizen participation meeting is that the petitioner does not own the house. He owns the land. And then the current property owner or the previous property owner, whoever it is, owns the house. So can you elaborate as to the ownership and what is the plan with that house?
Yeah, I can make some statements, and Jim, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as part of the purchase of the property, the home was not included. The ownership of that was going to remain with the current property owner.
And is there a plan from the property owners, so what they intend to do with it?
Tom is correct. It was not part of the agreement. He kept the rights to the house. He has 90 days to remove it after I close. And he's been very close-mouthed about what he wants to do. So I can't tell you.
Okay.
It's just calls for it to be removed within 90 days.
And is your purchase contract contingent upon approval from the city of Ann Arbor?
That's my right.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me tell you this, though, if you're reading about money, I've got well over $200,000 into this, just in the engineering and changing this to get to this.
All right. And then just a question for staff, because I don't know if I've seen this, or at least not recently, where petitioner has provided alternative plans for the site. Is this something that the city had requested, or how did this come about? Because I don't think we've seen this recently.
anytime you're proposing to remove natural features, alternatives analysis are required. So this is part of the requirement of the site plan review. So I can't tell you how many you've seen as far as natural features being removed, but they should have alternatives analysis as part of the review.
Okay. Thank you.
Other commission discussion? Commissioner Gibrandal.
I'd like to look at some of the alternatives, and I guess I'm just wondering, if you drew them up, are they not reasonable uses of the land? Like, tell us about your process of developing the alternatives and 1 and 2 looked pretty good to me, so oftentimes when we see alternative analyses, they demonstrate that the current plan is really the most logical one, and in this case, it feels reversed to me, so this is kind of a new one for us.
It, you know, on this, it comes down that there's several things. These are alternatives, but it meets different criteria, but it does not meet the main one, the financial criteria of the owner's property rights. We were looking down through here, and with all the different changes, with all the detention and the way we have, basically the detention costs have doubled from a year ago. Some of the ways with some of the new easements that are required. And in fact, you know, and some of the grading, some of the extra access, rather than just running the roads out, it all costs money. We had to, and most of it has to do with the financial, which is a criteria. It might not be for anyone setting up there, but it sure is for that owner that's paid taxes for 20 years. And it sure is for me that spent the money to follow your ordinances, and you only have one that has any flexibility in its natural features. I didn't write the rules. You guys, you know, you didn't, but the city did. I'm simply following them. Therefore, yeah, those are all, but they're not feasible because the costs are the same. There's not enough lots to spread that cost over with. You've limited the houses. When you've rezoned this, I went on good faith, you rezoned it to R1E, which limits the size of the house I can build to 2,000. So you can only charge so much for a 2,000 square foot house, which keeps it more in keeping with the neighborhood and keeps it down from being a $500,000 house. So it just is not feasible. You put those restrictions on me. I didn't. So I'm simply following your rules. So it's financial feasibility is exactly the reason.
Excuse me, I think you approached us to rezone the property.
Yeah,
I did,
exactly.
and you did,
Right.
but
Just
you
wanna
set
clarify that.
rules. I have to follow your city's rules. And I
believe
feel
we
I did. So we
also,
can respectfully disagree, but financial, that's the reason. It's financial.
we also gave you some pretty clear feedback about some things we would like you to look at, and we just don't see it here. So we had a, you know, pretty robust dialogue around some of that, and it's just totally not reflected in what we're seeing. So we had that chance to have this public forum in order for us to talk about it, and we just don't see it. So it's difficult for me to have had that opportunity and to just basically see nothing reflected in that at all. The other question I have is when I looked up, so it said it's been preliminarily accepted by the County Water Resources Commissioner's Office. Have you done your soil testing yet at this point or no?
Yes, we have. We had done the soil testing as part of the area plan, and then we've conducted 2 additional rounds of infiltration testing at the site. The evolution of the project, or part of some of the changing that has happened, is the fact that through the current rules, with the infiltration, we can't infiltrate to the rate of that the soils allow. There's a maximum kind of allowable by the county. So our detention basin, the volume or the size to have that 1 in 10 loading ratio, those grew from where they were. We could show alternatives where we had stormwater systems built under the roadways, underground, maybe with more impacts, but that just elevates the cost further. And then part of the evolution was through this infiltration testing, it wasn't deemed appropriate that we were going to have swales collecting stormwater. We wanted to fill our lots, leave that buffer, and have swales there collect the water and channel it around. So then we had to change to have storm pipes to convey the water because the easements for those are far smaller. So there were give and take with different regulations to try to minimize the impact. So we could have alternatives that have more impacts and more lots and more cost to infrastructure. And we tried to focus on the things per staff recommendation that showed fewer lots and preserve those open areas. So that's kind of the evolution of alternative analysis and kind of where we're at with stormwater. But we're very confident. We've been on the site 3 times for infiltration testing. That's probably one of the reasons why the stormwater that flows through our site currently isn't such an issue, is because there is fairly good infiltration.
So I noticed on the county's soil maps, which are general, it says it has a seasonally high water table. Was your testing done during any of the kind of high water table seasons in terms of the spring?
It was, and that was some of the reason why we
Okay.
went back out there. We are respecting the county standard, and I may be misstating this, but I think it's 3 feet. We need to remain 2 or 3 feet above the groundwater. Could we get closer with it and do some other things? Sure, we thought that was an opportunity, but it turns out that it's not. So, and again, part of the evolution of the stormwater.
Any other commission comments? Commissioner Weatherby?
I think I kind of agree with pretty much what everybody's been saying. I know when I was looking at the rezoning, it was to make it sort of a less suburban, less kind of cookie cutter zoning. And when I look at what we have in front of us, it doesn't reflect that. I also wanted to address the mitigation of the trees. And I know we have at other times said, yes, this is a landmark tree and we can mitigate this. And we've had discussions at this table of, why are we just allowing someone to cut down this tree? And the reality is it's a tree that isn't great. It's not a very impressive tree. It's not in good health or whatever the other reasons. When I look at this and I look at the presentation we have, when I look at the paper I hold in front of me, it has the seal of the city of Ann Arbor on it, the seal behind us. And that tree is a bur oak. And that's what it's been known for. And I think when you talk about mitigating a tree that just happens to edge over that landmark tree size, that's one thing. When you talk about trying to mitigate a tree that really predates the city and is a very spectacular example, I think we go into a whole nother realm there. Those are differences, and it may be that it doesn't look like a difference from the other side, but I think from our side and from my opinion, that definitely makes a difference. This is part of the city, part of the heritage of the city, and that doesn't only come in a historic house, although that is true too, but, eliminating part of the city, the heritage of the city so that someone can make more money it's not something that I would choose to do, and I can't support the way it is now with sort of just removing all of those.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking to staff, I just want to run numbers quickly. The present site plan as it's proposed currently contains 52 lots and 52 units?
51.
51. And site alternative 1 contains 41.
Correct. It's 40 or
Using
41.
using site alternative 1 as a starting point, does staff see opportunity to work with the petitioner to bridge that gap in any way?
We'd like to, we're willing to sit down with the petitioner at any point. In fact, we have had several meetings with the staff urban forester to try to work something out. We're willing to continue to try to work out an alternative for saving more natural features, but I think from the presentation tonight, or the tone I'm hearing from the petitioner, they'd like to have a vote, and we'll move forward with the vote.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess I would turn back to the petitioner, Mr. Heisler. I respect that you want to vote tonight, but reading the room, I'm not sure it goes your direction. Would you be open to a postponement and see if you and staff can reach a more equitable agreement?
No, I'd rather vote tonight.
All right.
Any other, Commissioner Briggs?
I don't want to add to the time, just for the record, I will echo what Commissioner Weatherby said as my reasoning.
Okay. So unless there's other commission discussion, I'm going to call the question here. All in favor of the motion as read, please raise your right hand and say yes. All opposed, please say no.
No.
That is everyone. The motion does not pass. Thank you. We have one more public hearing this evening, item 9B. This is the Glen Mixed Use Development, PUD, Planned Unit Development Site Plan for City Council approval. Wait a second. Planner coming around here. So I will finish reading the description and we'll get our planner here. This is a proposal to build a 9-story mixed-use building with hotel, retail, apartments on a .54 acre lot located at 201 Glen Avenue. The project includes 252 valet parking spaces and 34 Class A and Class B bicycle parking spaces, 162 hotel rooms, 24 apartments, and 5,181 square feet of ground floor retail space. We'll pause for a second here as we get settled, ready for a staff report. Are you prepared, or
I'm
should we
ready.
take a?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thatcher. So we're ready when you are for your staff report.
Thank you. So this is the Glen Mixed Use Development. It's a planned use development zoning and site plan for city council approval. I'm going to go through some background information first. The site is currently zoned PUD, Planned Unit Development, from an older project that has since expired and was obviously never built. The site is currently vacant. You can see on here that it's 5 lots. The surrounding zoning to the west and south in basically what's the old Fourth Ward neighborhood is predominantly R4C. There is one commercial building that you can see there next door. Oops, sorry. This is an apartment building. There's another apartment building behind it. Across the street, both to the north and to the east, all of this that says R4C across Catherine and PL, and all of this R4C and PUD is actually university-owned land. As I looked at this, I was making note that we should probably at some point rezone all of that to PL, but for now it is university property. So now I've flipped the slide because the remainder of my slides are going to be oriented with north to the left. So here we are on Glen Avenue. Catherine Street is on the left end, East Ann Street is on the right end. The site is here in green. I'll zoom in on it in just a minute, but I wanted to give you a sense of what's going on around. This is all of those university buildings across the street. Angelo's is here on the corner, and Angelo's is currently using a little corner of this site for parking. I'll explain more about that in a bit. Over here we have a very large parking deck that's also university, and this is, I believe, the nursing school, or the old nursing school, or the old St. Joe's, or it's university. And then to the west and south of the site, we have neighborhood, predominantly single-family construction historically, some infill apartment buildings and condominium buildings here. We've got a couple of fraternities and sororities. There's a church on a through lot that goes through to Huron here. Here's a zoom in of the site. On the north end, you see the Angelo's parking lot. As part of the proposed site plan, there is an accommodation for their parking places inside of the new parking structure beneath this development, so that would be signed and dedicated. That's because it's part of the Angelo's site plan that they have to provide, I believe it's 8 spaces. So basically, these developers are taking over those spaces for them so that their site plan is still in compliance. Rest of it's vacant. There used to be a couple of houses here, used to be a gas station on the corner. You can see there's still some concrete left over here. There are 2 landmark trees on the site. They are along the property line. It's these 2 tree shadows here. There are 20 and a 24-inch black walnut. And then both of these buildings are, I would guess, 50s or 60s apartment buildings. Here's what the site looks like now. It is fenced, and it's pretty vacant. This is looking south. These are the houses on the edge of the Old Fourth Ward toward Ann Street. And this is looking from sort of the back of the site across toward the Red Brick Angelo's building. All right, moving on to the site plan. Let me find my place here a second. So this is a 0.54 acre site. And the PUD proposal is to construct a 9-story, 139,903 square foot mixed-use building with 252 spaces of underground parking and 4 levels. The mix of uses is proposed to be 162 hotel rooms, 24 one-bedroom apartments, a 2,300 square foot restaurant, a little more than 5,000 square feet of retail in 3 storefronts. This is the site plan, but it's also a ground floor drawing. You can see there are 3 retail or restaurant uses here, individual storefronts at the corner of Glen and Catherine. Then we have a hotel restaurant. The main driveway into this site is on Ann Street, so all vehicular traffic would have to come in and out on Ann Street. You could either pull into this Port Cochere parking drop-off area or go directly down underneath the building into the underground parking. And this is the outbound lane. Ann Street is one way going east. This is a driveway over here that is shared. There's a shared driveway easement with the apartment building next door. This driveway would only be for services to the hotel, and their trash and recycling are in the back here. There's also a new pull-out for vehicles, drop-off area in the public right-of-way. That would be a part of the project, though it would be obviously controlled by the city. And there is a proposed sidewalk that goes along here. In order to accommodate the pull-off, the sidewalk goes onto private property. It's briefly underneath the building overhang here, and then it goes back out into the public right-of-way. So there would be a sidewalk easement agreement required for that stretch. You can see that there are a number of street trees proposed. I believe that there's only 1 street tree on the site now. I'm going to show you a couple of floor plans just to give you a better sense of what's going on here. This is the parking level L1. You enter here off of Ann, and this is the sort of roundabout to get up and down within the parking structure. You can see that these 8 spaces are signed for Angelo's, so they would have control over those spaces. There's a bike room here on the first lower parking level. That one has 9 bike hoops for 18 Class A spaces. And part of the PUD is to propose aisle parking or double parking, valet parking, as needed on the interior aisles, not blocking all of the spaces, but some of them. And these would be controlled by valets only. Obviously, you couldn't have people just going in there and being parked in, so the owners, the developers, the operators would be controlling the parking in that way. The other 3 parking levels look pretty similar to this, except without a bike room. This is the second level. Just again, to illustrate some uses, there's a ballroom, there are a number of conference rooms, little breakout rooms, some meeting rooms, and this is sort of a larger lobby area. So that is hotel uses. The hotel floor plan for levels 3 through 6, it's a bunch of hotel rooms. There are a number of terraces as part of the project. There's one on this 3rd level. These little green dots are trees that are planted at grade. Floors 8 and 9 are kind of similar. Floor 8 is a little bit wider. It extends out on the ends over these terraces, but their roof is the floor 9 terrace. And these are one-bedroom apartments that are proposed. The apartments could be used for short-term stays, for long-term stays, for rent by the day, by the year, whatever, just like any other rental property in the city of Ann Arbor. But they would need to be inspected as part of the city's rental housing program. And you can see a couple more terraces here on the top floor. Moving on to elevations. So this is the Glen Avenue elevation. You can see that the corners are stepped back with the series of terraces. That was to try to pull some of the massing away from the corners, away from the ends, to make the building feel a little less massive. The hotel entrance is here off of Glen Avenue, and the parking pullout would be actually probably right around here. This is the south elevation facing Catherine. It's pretty straightforward. You can see that the roof terraces pretty well here. Now we're at the north elevation. This is, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The north elevation is Catherine. The south elevation is Ann Street. So cars will be coming down Ann Street and going into the entry to the underground parking here. This is the north elevation on Catherine. And this is the west elevation, the back per se, that faces not Glen, but the other side going up the hill into the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood. There are a lot of details on materials in several different drawings. This is brick cladding. It's predominantly brick. There is some metal cladding. I'm not going to get into this in any great length because we could talk about it for a long time, but it is all in there, and I can refer back to this if any of you have questions or the petitioners would like me to pull it up again when we're talking about this. So this will help you a lot, though. You can see the brick cladding here. This is the view from East Ann, the apartment building next door. The color renderings really illustrate it much better than the elevation drawings. You can see the corner element here. They brought this up to the second floor to try to get, a break in the design and also to imitate some of the two-story buildings around it to make that a little more compatible. You can walk through the corner here. This is the driveway going in, and this is the service driveway next to the building. This is standing back across the intersection a little more. You can see where those terrace features are, the steps on the corners. There are a couple of balconies on the front. Here's Angelo's on the left. Catherine Street would be up here to the right. The first floor retail all have awnings and real storefronts. And here's looking east on Catherine. All right, that's all my slides. That's all the fun stuff. So now I need to talk a little bit about the zoning as well, because this was all mostly site plan issues. So the proposed zoning includes supplemental regs that were in your packet, which is the heart of the PUD zoning that they are proposing. It would include the uses that I just described. The setbacks are 0 feet at each lot line. And the maximum height is 109 feet 4 inches. This is the same maximum height that the previous project shook out at. The maximum floor area ratio is 590.4%. And 10 street trees are required on Glen, East Ann, and Catherine. There are 34 bicycle parking spaces provided. It's quite a few less than the previous PUD had, but that was a predominantly residential use, so a lot more were required. A traffic study was prepared for this development. It's been reviewed extensively by city traffic engineering staff. It did report an increased delay at the signalized intersections near the development due to the new trips generated. It's not too surprising. And the petitioner has agreed to provide a grid smart system at the intersection of Catherine and Glen and the intersection of East Ann and Glen. That is a sort of a camera system that collects data on traffic flow and backups and how things are working to give information back to regulate the lights more effectively. I mentioned that there are the 2 black walnuts. Mitigation is proposed per code. There's 3 Crimson Spire red oaks proposed to be planted on the site. Those were those 3 trees right here. 1, 2, 3. It's not the best drawing to show them, but you can see them there. A conflicting land use buffer is required for trash and recycling containers that are next to residential uses. A 9-foot setback is shown on the north side of the site's trash area, and that's this area right here. And no setback is proposed on the west side, and these modifications are being requested as part of the planned unit development. It's mainly because this area is already used for trash and recycling on the neighbor's property, and it would be butting right up to that. And in the back is an established parking lot for the other apartment building in the back. Management of a 100-year storm event is proposed, plus an additional 20% capacity because infiltration won't work here. There are clay soils and there's contamination in the soil, so we don't want anything infiltrating. Stormwater will be captured by a roof collection system, piped to an underground detention tank under the service drive leading back to the dumpster area. And it will drain to an existing storm sewer in Catherine Street. A baseline environmental assessment was prepared in 2014 that does indicate that the site is a facility because numerous hazardous substances were found in the soil and groundwater, and they do exceed residential land use cleanup criteria. There was a gas station on the site, and before that there was, for many years, a dry cleaner on the site, which is generally more problematic than a gas station. Because that stuff can move and get into people's basements and cause a lot of damage. Leaking underground storage tanks on the site have already been removed. Petitioner is making a part contribution of $14,800. And I do want to tell you a little bit, now that I've gone through the whole site and the zoning, about how we got this far. There was a citizen participation meeting back in September of 2015. Shortly after that, in November of 2015, the Historic District Commission denied an application for a very similar building in this location because it did not meet the criteria that they have to follow for approval because the building was determined to be too large for the neighborhood, for the Historic District, specifically the Old Fourth Ward. So the petitioner applied for a notice to proceed. A notice to proceed is the only mechanism that they have to approve something that does not meet their standards. It's basically approving inappropriate work instead of appropriate work. And there are only 4 different criteria that you can apply under. The one that they used for this project was that the site's environmental contamination constituted a hazard to the safety of the public, and that construction of the project would remove the hazard. And this was directly related to the underground contamination on the site. By digging down 4 stories, that contamination would be mostly removed. And in order to dig down 4 stories, the petitioners impressed upon the commission that you would need to go up a certain amount of height to basically pay for that soil removal below grade. So the commission did award a notice to proceed. So I had a question earlier about whether there was a design review of the project. The design review was sort of done at the first historic district application stage, though that was more about the massing being overly large rather than the specific design features of the building. The site is not in the downtown area, so it never would have been reviewed by the design review board anyway, even though it's a sort of a downtown feeling building. But it did go successfully through the Historic District Commission, and they then submitted a site plan, which has been reviewed under review by staff for about a year. And that's how we got where we are today. There's much more information in the staff report, and there's a summary of the PUD petition on mostly page 8, which talks about the beneficial effects that this PUD will have on the city, and basically the justification for requesting a planned unit development on this site. And the PUD zoning petition says the district provides innovative design, including hotel-like amenities to apartment dwellers, space for conferences, meeting, or personal functions, reestablishes commercial uses on the ground floor, and a design that steps down on the ends to reduce the building mass. So that's one of the criteria that they're trying to meet. Another is economical land use by cleaning up the existing environmental site contamination. And they have also proposed to meet LEED Silver standards in the construction of the building. The third one was that hotel, retail, and restaurant employment opportunities and shopping opportunities would be provided to suit the needs of the residents of the city. And the last one was the reuse of an existing vacant site, which contributes to the desired character and form of an established neighborhood by providing a transition from single and multifamily residential structures in the Old Fourth Ward to the large University of Michigan buildings across the street. It's a tough site. It's going basically from 2 stories to 6, 7, 8 stories across the street, with some variation. You know, Angelo's is little, and there are a couple of big apartment buildings on this side of Glen. The land use element of the master plan calls for commercial on the south half and residential on the north half. And this proposed PUD combines commercial and residential uses, though the balance is skewed toward commercial with the hotel and retail and restaurant uses. The petitioner has not applied for brownfield tax incentives, so they would be paying for the remediation of the site on their own. And the petitioner has included a $500,000 voluntary contribution to the city's affordable housing fund. This is not part of the planned unit development zoning proposal. If this were a residential proposal, it might well trigger the need for a required affordable housing contribution. This does not do that. There's not enough residential to trigger that. Therefore, it's a voluntary contribution, but it is not tied in any way to the PUD zoning. It would be included in the development agreement as something that they've agreed to pay, but it doesn't influence the PUD itself. And finally, I want to just note that the draft development agreement and the draft supplemental regulations are in your packet. They're in pretty good shape, but they haven't been through the city attorney's office yet. So there will be certainly wording changes and some technicalities, but I think it's in pretty good shape. It's pretty close. So that concludes staff's report.
Thank you, Ms. Thatcher. Can I ask you one question about the words you used to describe the actions of the Historic District Commission as the appropriate versus inappropriate? Can you clarify for those who are not familiar with, I believe that's in reference to the Secretary of Interior standards?
It is.
Oh, sorry. I need a microphone. Can you clarify that those words are specific to how they interpreted in Secretary of Interior standards?
Yes. The Secretary of Interior standards that the Historic District Commission must follow specify that if you are approving a project, you are granting a certificate of appropriateness. The work is appropriate and meets all of the standards and guidelines that they follow. If you are not granted a certificate of appropriateness, you are granted a notice to proceed. which by default means work that's not appropriate, because you
Per
can't.
the Secretary of Interior.
Per the Secretary of Interior standards.
Standards for the
Yep.
rehabilitation of
Those are
historic
the
buildings.
only two decisions that the HDC can make. It's either a certificate of appropriateness or a notice to proceed. There's, well, those are the only two ways that they can, that something can get built.
Right. So the reason I ask for clarification is that those words mean something very different in that context than what most of us would think of them as being.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I shouldn't just be throwing out that the project is appropriate or inappropriate, because it is specific to that board.
Thank you. All right, so that's the staff report. With that, I am going to open the public hearing on this item. And if you'd like to address the commission, please step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. And I would encourage you to sign in case this one goes beyond tonight, so you can stay informed.
Hello.
Hello?
Is this part of my 3 minutes?
Give us your name and address first, then we'll, unless you start talking sooner.
Julie Ritter, 920 Catherine. At the very first meeting for this project, and you guys are die-hard determined to get this thing built, I said, not bad except for parking and traffic, and I am here again to say, parking and traffic, parking and traffic. I read the traffic report, which is outdated because it was based on a completely different traffic circulation pattern than this one is, and there's no mention of daytime event parking, so traffic person, I want an explanation of that. How people come to this project is beyond the control of anybody. There are some unsubstantiated assertions in the traffic report about how people are coming, but they're going to come from Main Street to Depot to Glen, and Plymouth Road to Fuller to Glen, and if they come to Glen, the only way to get there is to go up Catherine, across there, and down Ann Street. If they want to come to Ann Street, they can go on State Street, they can go on Ingalls, they can go on Division, they can go on Main Street. They can come up Kingsley to State Street to Ann Street, but it all focuses on Ann Street. There's no way to get there without going through the historic district neighborhood. It doesn't matter what the lights on Glen say, that's the only way to get there. Catherine is a major pedestrian, bicycle, and skateboard route now between North and Central Campus, because they now have motorized skateboards that go uphill. Foot traffic from the new nursing school back and forth on Ingalls is significant, and they cross at Huron. The city buses, the U of M buses, and ambulances all go through our neighborhood. And on trash day, there's 3 kinds of circulating trucks: trash, compost, and recycling between 7 and 3. From right now, the traffic is impassable. Adding 1,930 vehicle trips per day, which is how I read the traffic report, which are all going to be going through our neighborhood. I'm having a hard time understanding how that's not going to impact our neighborhood in a negative way. And that's in a best-case scenario. What about freezing rain? What about snowfall? Catherine, between Ingalls and Thayer, is 1 lane with parking on both sides. Thayer is 1 lane with parking on both sides. Ann is 1 lane with parking on both sides. When the plow comes through, the cars get plowed in, kids have to dig themselves out. There's cars circulating through the neighborhood trying to find places to park, and we're adding over 1,000 trips a day through the neighborhood. So please answer that question. Sometimes right now, in certain weather, buses and police cars slide backwards down Catherine. They can't get up the hill. And the snowplow people with the salt can't get to them because Glen and Catherine and Glen and Ann are such a disastrous mishmash of cars. There was one incident last year from 3 in the afternoon until 2 in the morning when nobody could get up the street. So what happens in that? That's another question I have. 413 East Huron is an ugly eyesore, but this traffic pattern is going to affect this neighborhood going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Ivers. I live at 920 East Ann, exactly a block south of Julie. I sent in a letter to the commissioners to also discuss this issue. I have the same issue that Julie does, which is the traffic. Being at 920 East Ann, I'm a half a block west of this, so every car driving to the hotel is going to go by my house because we now have the entrance and the exit on Ann Street. Just looking at the traffic study, assuming they are correct, it's going to be almost double the number of cars in the peak evening hours of the day, and about a 50% increase in the peak morning hours on a one-way, one-lane residential street. The traffic study also doesn't address the current conditions appropriately at Ann and Glen and Catherine and Glen. It's very common for that whole area to get into gridlock now because the blocks of Glen are very short. There's a lot of traffic that goes north on Glen from here on, excuse me, and fills up the short blocks. Then you can't, when the light turns green on Ann, you can't get off the block because Glen is full. That's very common. The traffic report implies that just by retiming all of these lights, magically the level of service is not going to decline, and I just find that hard to believe. So we strongly object to having the entrance and the exit on Ann Street and to bringing this much traffic to a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Chris Crockett. I'm president of the Old Fourth Ward. This particular design was never approved by the HDC. Keep that in mind. The only reason they're here tonight is with the order to proceed, supposedly over mitigation of toxic substances, which took them months to do anything about. Now, that situation had been there for months, even years before, and nobody had ever been harmed. But keep in mind that this design was never approved by the Historic District Commission. Ever since this has come back, and as much respect as I have for the report that Jill made, we must keep in mind that there's a new iron in the fire. And that new iron is the train station that is pretty much at the foot of Glen. It's going to be in Fuller, which is going to add even more to the already dense traffic that exists now and will exist with this massive building that's inappropriate for a residential neighborhood. The Old Fourth Ward should not have to put up with hundreds and hundreds of cars coming through a residential district just so they can get to this hotel. No residential neighborhood should have to do this. This building is too big and too inappropriate for a residential neighborhood. I know they want to maximize their profits, but we want to keep our neighborhood. There is only one way to get to their entrance, and that's on Ann Street, which is residential. And their clients are going to be driving all over the Old Fourth Ward Historic District to the tune of hundreds of more cars every single day just to get there. Also, this doesn't contribute to the Old Fourth Ward. It doesn't reference anything in the Old Fourth Ward. In reading the report, their architectural summary, they couldn't even get things straight about the Old Fourth Ward, because we have more than half of our buildings are 19th century buildings, and the vast majority are over 100 years old. They couldn't even get that straight about us. Also, they didn't even understand the architectural styles of our community. It's pretty insulting. I urge you to go slowly on this, to find some way to work with them to make this a more appropriate construction for this part of the community. This big, huge, traffic congesting, creating building doesn't belong on the edge of the oldest historic neighborhood in Ann Arbor. Glen Street is already a mess. The train station is another factor that has recently been approved, and that wasn't part, I don't think, of Jill's consideration when she wrote her report, but it's there now, and that's going to contribute even more congestion. There are a lot of things to look at, so I urge you to please look at this very, very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ray Detter, and I live at 120 North Division Street, which is right near the corner of Division and Huron. And of course, just down from me will be the place where a lot of cars would be turning down Ann Street to get to this, including additional garbage trucks and so on. So I'm very sensitive to the nature of what's been said with regard to it does have an impact upon the nature of the neighborhood. But I also want to repeat what Chris has to say, because it's important at this particular point that we do some strategic planning with regard to what this project is and what the future will be in terms of planning for this particular area. Because of course, as of yesterday, we know that Fuller Road is going to be the location of the depot. What does that do to the whole nature of our concept with regard to Glen? Because that traffic is going to go down there. You can recall like 2 years ago that the connector was going to make a turn off Glen Street and go around the corner a whole block and come back and head over in the direction of North University in order to go through that part, avoid going through that part of Glen. Well, then the university, of course, backed out of that commitment to do that. There is no connector at this point, but the connector will be back because this was being built in this particular site, and also that there will be development Fuller Road. There's some people who actually think that as a result of Fuller Road that there will be new apartment buildings in that parkland over in that particular direction. Well, we're here to help to see that that isn't going to happen with regard to whatever it is that does happen with regard to the nature of that. But at the same time also, you probably heard them too. There are rumors that the university wants to put a parking structure down on Fuller Court. And they've already acquired some of the land because the parking structure that they put over on Wall Street wasn't satisfactory with regard to the people who were at the university, so they want something that's closer. What does that do to the whole nature of what our concept is with regard to Glen Street and also Fuller Road? These are very real sorts of issues that need to be considered in the process, really, of going ahead with this. Because, of course, it's true. You know, they moved ahead basically in the notice to proceed because the argument was that because they're commercial, they can go down 4 stories and pay for it, whereas residential, which we had supported on that site, they couldn't do because they couldn't afford to clear that up. That's not a good enough reason with regard to going ahead with the project without considering it thoroughly. And Chris Crockett has said, let's take this very carefully with regard to the nature of what it is that we do and ask some of the questions. You've heard from Mary and her husband, Tony. I mean, there are people who are definitely going to be affected by that entry and exit on Ann Street, and they live almost right across the street from it. What are we going to do about the nature of that? The nature of what it is that they're planning with regard to the grid sort of thing at Ann and Catherine. What actually does that mean in terms of what it is that we know goes on in Glen Street? Because as you know, if you've gone down, you avoid that if you can in the afternoon because it's so packed with traffic and you're backed up, and other parts of the day too. Those are issues that need to be considered with regard to this particular project. We want to be careful. What is the future of that traffic has to be an important part of the question. What are the future possibilities with regard to that? Consider that, because it does require strategic thinking. We didn't know until yesterday that we were going to have the Park Depot on Forest Road. Doesn't that make a difference in terms of the nature of our thinking with regard to the future of this area and future plans with regard to where the traffic will go? It's no longer going to be on Depot as far as we're concerned, but there needs to be given consideration, we think, to the negative impact upon the residential environment within the area. It's no longer an historic district because it's lopped off, because there was a notice to proceed, and that was done basically because of the fact that they could afford to do 4 floors of underground parking, and no other project could afford to do that. But maybe that's not a good enough reason to move ahead with regard to the project, but at least to whatever degree we can, we should make it the best that they can possibly be. But these are considerations that we need to take in the process, really, of discussing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Didn't expect to talk to you all about this project, but my day job is to take care of the 1854 Detroit Observatory at the top of the hill on Ann. And I am concerned about 2 things. First of all, the lights from the structure. We do viewing nights with this observatory. Right now, we're repairing the dome at great expense, believe me, big numbers, so that we can continue to do viewing nights. The undergraduates love it. The public loves it. So I'm very concerned about the lighting that will be produced and thrown up into the sky by this building. Second, I'm very concerned as well with the digging down 4 stories. When They put in the cardiovascular care center, they had to drill slowly. They could not be pounding down into the ground because of microsurgeries and robotic controlled surgeries happening in the hospital, and because I have an 1854 load-bearing brick building with very incredible telescopes on massive piers, and if the ground shifts, there's hell to pay. So please, just, I would ask you to bear that in mind as this design process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eileen Tyler, and I live at the corner of North Division and East Ann Street, which we've been hearing about. I think the thing that I just wanted to add, according to everyone else has said, is that I think it's really a shame that for 20 years, we've been piling one mistake after another on approvals for the property development at this corner, this lot. And it goes back to City Council making a deal on one side and not allowing HDC to have their vote, which was challenged in court with the threats against the city. The city HDC had to cave in to what the City Council promised, out of turn with this is a complicated project. It goes back for 20 years. And although Jill reviewed what happened at the beginning of this project and the notice to proceed that was issued, it doesn't go back to the legal battles that went on in the 90s that were the same issue of mistakes. And it seems like we're allowing precedent of a 9-story building that was approved at one time, but it was approved under false pretenses even then, without input from the Historic District Commission on the merits of the project. And no review has been done of the merits of the project, the design quality, the scale, and the compatibility with the neighborhood. And I agree with all the issues with the traffic as being something we'll have to face every day. When we talked about the appropriateness of the design, we always discussed that maybe a 6-story building. And in the first round of the first proposal, they promised a 6-story building. Well, that never happened because they want a 9-story building, and they made it clear that that's what's going to happen. But it's not the precedent that was approved. It was originally a 6-story building, and all of a sudden it became a 9-story building, and now that's what we're faced with. The 6-story building would have been acceptable in our neighborhood. If you stand at the top of the block, if you go up to the top of the block, I forgot if that's Thayer or Ingalls? Ingalls, if you go up there and you take a 2-story building and you go straight across at the top of a 2-story building, straight out to Glen in that angle, you end up with a 6-story building. The 6-story building would have been acceptable. And that's still the way I feel about the appropriateness or the inappropriateness of this design for this location. Thank you. Do I need to sign that?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Crockett. I live in the 04th Ward at Kingsley and State. And I'm here because I'm a little confused. I'm confused by the statement made in the staff report that this development would basically not cause a nuisance or detrimental effect on the public health, safety, and welfare. And I'm confused about how you came to that conclusion. And I would agree with that statement if you were to add to the end of that statement, unless you lived on Ann and Catherine. Now, as far as I can tell, I don't know anybody here except for a handful of people who actually live on Ann and Catherine who would be most directly affected by the traffic. And I'm a little concerned because when we had the public hearings, there are a number of comments from the people who lived on Ann and Catherine on the detrimental effect. And I think it would have been a little more straightforward if in this report it would have qualified that by saying that citizen input disagreed with this assessment. So you sort of discredit, I mean, we're making public comments, but when those public comments are not, included in recommendations, it sort of discredits what's the value of public comments if we're not being heard or listened. So I guess that I would argue that it does cause a nuisance, number one, but number two, when you make these kind of assessments and reports, be straight about it, and if there's citizen input to the contrary, don't say arbitrarily that it doesn't cause a nuisance when those who are most directly affected by it say, yeah, it will cause a nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Doug Kelby. I also live on Ann Street, but not very close to the site, across diagonally in the Armory. I'm an architect, urban designer, and urban planner, practicing and teaching both. So I don't live that close to the site, but I bike through it almost every day going to the North Campus, and I drive through often as well. So to me, apologies to neighbors I respect, this site does not psychologically, geographically, morphologically, programmatically, spatially feel like it's part of the old Fourth Ward. To me, it's part of the hospital complex. It's on an important transit corridor made all the more important by the tragic decision to locate the train station on Fuller. But nonetheless, if there's going to be a connector, it's going to come up this corridor. There's likely a stop in front of or very near this spot. So it's a place that density belongs. The fact that it's in a low-lying valley, I think helps. Whether it extends beyond the imaginary plane of the two-story buildings, I think is somewhat irrelevant, because I don't think it feels like it's part of the Fourth Ward. I really feel it feels like it's part of the hospital complex, the biggest employment center, I guess, in Washtenaw County, if not a larger area. So I think if Ann Arbor is going to stay the way it is to maintain its true character, it has to deal with expanding its density, its population base and its density. And this is a good place, in my opinion, to add density because it's on a transit corridor, it's transit-oriented development. Actually, it's going to be development that's oriented, I mean, it works both ways. It's transit-oriented development, it's development-oriented transit, if we get the connector, which I hope we do. So I think it's a worthy project. Yes, I'd like if it generated less traffic, but biking through there, I don't find the traffic that bad. It's it isn't a residential neighborhood, but it's an urban residential neighborhood, and traffic is inevitable. Yes, I wish it was 7 or 8 stories, but I think that doesn't seem to be in the cards, so I speak in favor of the project.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the commission? Would you?
We're going to pass something out while I'm signing this. Jill, I missed in your staff report the part about the recommendation. Or did I miss it?
Staff's recommending approval. It's on the front page of both the PUD zoning and the site plan.
So will there be a movie later? Or?
Good evening. I'm Craig Singer. I'm very excited to finally present our agenda item, the Glen, to the Planning Commission tonight. With me are my partners Fred Goldberg and Larry Deitch, our architect Scott Bonney and Emil Sadeo from Newman Smith, as well as our consulting architect Brad Moore. I think Joel Smith is here as well. Our civil engineer Rob Wagner from Midwestern Consulting, and our traffic engineer Michael Kuhl, also from Midwestern Consulting. Scott Bonney will now make a short presentation as our official representative of our development, and our team will be available to answer any questions that you have tonight.
Thanks, Craig. Again, I'm Scott Bonney from Newman Smith. We were going to bring a PDF that we could put on the screens, but Jill says that's not possible any longer, so I do have some backup on paper here. We have some boards. Maybe, Amy, you could set those boards up, too. I just wanted to mention a couple things. I mean, Jill did a great job of explaining the project and some of the history, and a couple things in this package that we just distributed. If I point to you a couple pages that I think are very interesting. a little bit in, it's on this page here, it's about the 7th or 8th page in. And after one of our meetings with the community, you know, they challenged us to try to think of how we could make this building fit in. Obviously, they thought it was large, but we wondered how we could make it be more appropriate. So we did find this building that's on Kingsley. It's a 3-story sort of Art Deco, Art Modern office building. And it really did inform the design that we came up with. We tried to create a very very carefully detailed building. We looked at some of the ideas that were present in this building on Kingsley that included corbelled brick. It includes a brick pattern that's very rich in style. They have basket weave brick. They also have some very interesting details, pilasters. You can see the differences. And we've actually tried to create some of this in the building to try to take the building and make it a little bit more softer. We looked at some of the urban plan guidelines that you have in the city for downtown, and we tried to think of how that could be applied. As Doug suggested, this really is not, in our opinion, a lot like the old Fort Worth. It's more like the activity that's on Glen. So we looked at things like creating a strong 2-story base that would represent a datum that would line up with both Angelo's and with the 3-story apartment building on Ann. We looked at creating a middle of the building, as you can see where the hotel rooms are, that's very heavily detailed with lots of different brick colors. And again, it is real brick, 4x4 by 12 size brick, deep brick veneer. It's a little bit larger brick, but we thought because it's a larger brick, it would come down, it would help the scale reduce a little bit more. And again, the brick is higher than the second floor in most cases, so I think it will help reduce the scale and character of the building. And then, of course, the top, and we met with the mayor at the time, and we talked about how we could create a celebratory top to the building. And we looked at an idea that we had found that could create these ocular windows at the top of the building, and some way to actually create an architectural style in those windows that creates something that relates to the heritage of the beautiful tree of Ann Arbor. It actually is a trees-type window mullion pattern, which we found on some sort of Art Deco buildings as well. That's on the next page afterward. You can see, kind of shows some of our inspiration for that building. So again, we tried to really emphasize the streetscape of the project. Obviously, the retail that starts on Ann and wraps around on Glen and ends on Catherine will create a rich, walkable community, very important, to the design. Another important feature that we really looked at when we studied the previously approved PUD, the FAR at that time was 790%. The new design is about 30% smaller than that. It's actually down now to 590, so it's much smaller than it was originally proposed. And as Doug had mentioned, that the site slopes quite a bit. In fact, from the distance between North Ingalls down to the corner of Ann and Glen, it's about 25 feet, which is about 3 stories of hotel. And from North Ingalls down to Catherine, it's about 31 feet, which is more than 3 stories. So really, this building is truly in a valley, which will really reduce the impact of the project to the neighborhood to the further to the west. And lastly, at the meeting that we had with the community, we came up with the idea of taking and stepping down the corner of the building to really reduce the massing on both Ann and on Glen. And you can see that the building really steps from 2 to 7 to 8 and then to 9 in the very middle part of the site. And as you might recall, the original PUD was an L-shaped building that had a big wide frontage on Ann. This building has a very narrow frontage. All the mass is pushed over to Glen as far as possible from the residential. So those are some of the details, and I think if you want to take a look through the plans, there's more renderings than Jill had presented. So if you want to look at additional details, we have views from the neighborhood that shows how the existing tree canopy is really going to block 95% of the views of the building, except when the leaves are gone, and then there's a small part of the building that's visible. We also show some detailed pictures of how the terraces will look on the top of the building, where we have a vegetated roof with some beautiful trees up there. So I think we have built in a lot of really cool ideas that will make this building a landmark in the city, especially on Glen. So I have any questions, please let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bonney. Is there, from the petitioner's side, was there anything else that you felt you needed to hear from your civil engineer or something like that before we close the public hearing?
I think we're just here to answer any questions.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. So then I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll start by reading the motion, and then we'll have commission discussion. Proposed motion reads, The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the Glen Mixed-Use Development Planned Unit Development, zoning district and supplemental regulations, PUD, site plan and development agreement with the condition that the 5 lots are combined before issuance of any permits. Can I have Commissioner move that? Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Gibb Randall. Commission discussion. Do we know where to start? Do we need 5-minute break to absorb all this? I'm going to suggest that because I actually thought I should have taken a break after the last one. I'm going to suggest that we have a short break and reconvene at 9:15 for commission discussion and We'll reconvene the meeting now. Thank you all for your patience. We're in the point of commission discussion on the petition for Glen mixed-use development. And I think we'll start off, there was a question from a citizen here about the language used in the staff recommendation. Mr. Leonard is going to speak to that briefly, and then we'll get into commission discussion on specifics.
Yeah, just to try to frame that a bit, typically when we are dealing with application of the zoning ordinance, that's how we measure potential detrimental effect on the public health, safety, and welfare is application of our ordinances. So we write ordinances to attempt to achieve that development happens without such adverse effect. And so in the case of this, which is a planned unit development, as you heard from the staff report, we still look to some of our base regulations to answer that question, because those are the standards that we have adopted as a community by ordinance to say, if these are met, we are not being detrimental to the public welfare. But as a reminder, in the case of the planned unit development specifically, that provides some opportunity for flexibility in some of those standards based on some public benefit being realized. So I hope that addresses the question.
I think it does start to give a good basis. You know, the language that's in here is fairly standard for things that are recommended for approval by staff. And what it means is that from the staff's judgment and experiences, that it appears like this, even though this is a PUD, would conform to most or all of our ordinances. That doesn't mean there are no impact to the project in the community. But,
correct.
Thank you. So a lot of things to go over here. Commissioner Ackerman looked like he would like to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see if I remember anything after the break. And actually, Mr. Leonard, you might want to be prepared to give that explanation again, because I believe it was Mr. Crockett who raised that question. I don't think he's in the room right now. Yeah, no, there's a lot here, and this has been a very long story and a long process to get here. And I have questions around four main areas, those being the environmental aspect, the traffic and its impact to the neighborhood, and to the immediate corridor on Glen and Fuller. The design, although I may defer to our chair and the only professional architect at the table, and some questions around stormwater. So I guess starting with the environmental, I would impressed to hear that the petitioner is not seeking to use brownfield financing to do the cleanup. I'd love to get, if I could call the petitioner to the podium, I'd love to ask a few questions around that. With respect to it being gas station and dry cleaner, those are pretty ugly uses in terms of what they can leave in the ground. They're also not very attractive to look at, but I guess, what is the contamination that you found? And as you have to go down 4 stories, how much has it spread already?
It hasn't spread considerably. The contamination was on both sides of the site and in the middle, but it was pretty contained in areas where there were spills that went down, you know, very consistently to 35 to 40 feet. So it really requires, for a true remediation, the apartment building that Freed proposed had 3 stories of parking, and then they were going to use some matting to enclose the underneath for vapors, but they were going to leave some of it in the ground. And the reason we did the 4th level was principally to get that out, so that we would basically have a clean site.
Do you have a sense of how much dirt you'll be extracting from the site? What is the extent of the cleanup?
Yes, I mean, I can't tell you quantities, but it's 4 stories divided by the 30,000 square foot footprint. I think it's approximately 30,000 square feet down 40 feet. And then we will be monitoring the soil so that Some goes to a clean landfill and others go to contaminated landfill, but it will all be removed from the
All right.
site.
So I'll wait to do some, 23,000, thank you. It's a fair amount of dirt. So, thank you, and I just want to just specify again that you will not be seeking brownfield financing, that the development will absorb the cost of the full cleanup?
That's correct.
That's pretty incredible. Turning to traffic, which seemed to touch on just about everyone's comment from the neighborhood. I want to look to, first, which seemed to be the most glaring and obvious question, and one raised by a lot of neighbors, which was, why the exit onto a one-way? Why, as you, and I know we have a member of staff here who may be able to speak to this, why route traffic that needs to enter the development through a neighborhood?
Well, we originally created plans and proposed plans where the entrance was on Glen.
I actually took the liberty of going back through eTrack and found some site plans from June and August of 2016, in which it looks like you did have, full plans to exit onto Glen and enter onto Glen, from Glen, that involved actually more retail space
Yes.
closer to the neighborhood.
We had a cafe, a neighborhood cafe as well, that would have been.
You guys were ready.
Right on.
All right.
And going through the staff process, we weren't able to achieve a staff approval for that entrance and exit onto Glen.
Understood. So I might actually turn to staff at that point and kind of query why. Given that I'm not a professional, how are you? Given that I'm not a professional, I'm not going to presume to know how to do a traffic review, but it seems logical that cars should be entering and exiting from the major corridor.
From a simple statement, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think the first statement I want to make here is for any development, including this one, once it's approved and move ahead, we're accepting new trips into the whole area. It's not just on one street versus the other. So, and I find this opportunity, which is rare for a traffic engineer to speak in front of the Planning Commission, to be very valuable as an opportunity to communicate, because my job duty is a very fine balancing act of handling traffic of different competing demands. Mm-hmm. So once we have new trips in the whole area, then it falls into my lap to make it work. So for previous proposed scenarios, alternatives, when staff reviewed the alternative with access off Glen Avenue, it is very challenging to maintain safe travel for road users to get in and out of the site, because Glen carries significant amount of traffic, and there are different turning movements, left turns and right turns in and out of the site. There are different ways proposed to prohibit the left turns, but those are not practical means of enforcement.
Well, what are those means? I mean, I could see signage not being enforceable.
Right.
Are there any things that you could build into the system to, I mean, I think of, plenty of, fast food drive-throughs that limit your ability to turn in and out in certain directions, with curbing and the like. Is there opportunity to, if at the end of the day, traffic needs to move through the neighborhood to create a safe environment, that's fine, but listening to the residents, and seeing that the developer had a proposal that, spoke to that request and desire, trying to find the best solution there, or at least find some middle ground there, Is there a opportunity to, build curbing to prevent that left turn motion?
That's a very good alternative, and that is one of the several things staff work together with the development team, trying to discuss and judge as to the effectiveness of the treatment. That includes the curbing and also includes different ways of reaching out, guiding vehicles of taking different route to not navigate this drive access by performing the left turn maneuvers. But those are typically not the effective way of treating this because it's not an intuitive design from the beginning.
And that people assume that they can make the left turn maneuver and.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I guess if you're, again, I hate to step on the toes of a professional, but it's just, it seems like such a blaring opportunity to meet a community demand in a way that, has already been laid out before. I guess I'd be curious, is it staff's firm understanding that the most appropriate and safest entrance and exit is to direct traffic through the adjacent neighborhood, or would staff be open to exploring an entrance and exit onto and off of Glen?
Staff made the recommendation to explore the opportunity to have access off Ann Street, and that is with the understanding of the difficulty of building a safe and efficient drive access off Glen Avenue.
Is there still, in the current scenario, you can still turn left from Ann onto Glen, left or right, as you approach it from the east? When you come out of here?
You can still make the left turn
Left or right?
at the intersection.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there also any exploration with splitting the access so that you came in or out on Ann and in or out on Glen, so you didn't have those competing drives in one location? Or that was...
Not as a formal, but we have went through the discussion internally. As soon as we have an access off Glen Avenue, that's going to introduce intended or unintended left turn maneuvers from northbound Glen to enter the site.
Understand, people will be turning in from that side, understand, okay. Traffic question?
Traffic
Okay.
question just to this. Was there any discussion about, I'm just trying to think about this, doing an exit on Ann and an entrance on Catherine? Does that make sense?
I understand the question. I'll
Yeah.
defer to Jill if that was any part of a formal discussion of having entrance and exit, one on Ann Street and one on Catherine.
I didn't talk to the developers about it, but they could probably answer that better.
Yeah.
Mr. Bonney? Yeah.
The frontage on Catherine is only 66 feet wide, and when you look at our site plan, that we would be entering the end of a dead-end parking garage. You'd have to travel the whole length to get to the spot where the site is wide enough to do any level changes. So it was really impractical to have an entrance on Catherine. It's just too far from where the ramp of the building would be.
And it appears like it would
and
cut
would
right
eat
through the
up-
retail space if you
Yeah,
did that.
it would just
That-
eat up the entire, if it came in here, it would just eat up a big chunk of the building to get down to the parking garage. We had the room to do it here because the site was wider there.
I
So
see.
we really couldn't split the entrance and the exit. This is, by the way, that traffic island that we did come up with as a way to mitigate people turning left into the
Coming,
site.
as they're coming out, but...
Pork chop.
The pork chop is what we
Pork.
The pork chop.
Does
And
that
I don't-
answer your question then?
It does, but this probably doesn't save anything, and I think the reasoning is probably the same, but moving it makes sense on Ann because of that wider frontage rather than Catherine, like moving both of them to Catherine. I mean, it doesn't solve the problem because it's still, everybody exiting would then go through the neighborhood, but
And it's too narrow to make
It's too narrow
the
to make that.
transition grade-wise.
66 feet wide at that point, and it would just erode about a third of the site from any we thought it was more important to have residential, retail spaces at that corner closest to the hospital.
Sure, okay, just trying to understand like all of the possible options and why they were taken off the table. Thank you.
Any other traffic questions? I think we had Commissioner Milstein and then Weatherby, and we might get back to Commissioner Ackerman after that.
So my traffic questions go outside of what we're talking about, other traffic issues. So if you have something that's in regards to entrance, exit, I'll defer to you.
Okay. So for one of the things we see a lot of valet parking. So you do have the, 4 spots on Glen that allow like drop-off spots. Would those ever be used for valet drop-off? Because one of the things I'm thinking is, will that kind of end up, those spots be sort of a de facto entrance if somebody's coming up Glen to just drop off their car?
Yes.
And then somebody else deals with the driving
Yes,
around?
we don't view those as parking spaces. We view those as drop-off for Ubers and buses and vehicles that know that the building's
If
on
somebody's like,
Glen
here it is, and
and
I'm
they're
just
too
gonna stop.
confused, then, and people that self-park might pull over there, drop off their luggage, and then self-park as well.
In the future, I need you to ask you to try to use the microphone so we can capture this and people can hear you at home as
Yes,
well.
I'm sorry.
Otherwise, it's only one side of a conversation that gets picked up.
Okay, that was my question.
Do you want me to go up there?
So, but in short, your answer was that those spaces out in front of Glen Street are intended to be used for the drop-off for valet parking, not as parking spaces.
Correct.
Okay. I'll send up this. So now, Commissioner Milstein.
So my question is, actually, it's a good segue. In regards to the 4 spots, and I guess the question will be first to you. So the 4 spots that are in the drop-off area, is that, and I don't know, since we don't have a downtown hotel with this sort of situation here, is that adequate between taxis, Ubers, Lyfts, and people dropping off as they're trying to figure out parking? Is that adequate? Are we concerned at all that this is gonna, since we can't have an entrance exit on Glen because it's gonna cause big issues, is this gonna cause a bigger issue with potential backups with 162 hotel rooms plus 24 apartments?
Well, thank you for the question. That part was not part of the traffic analysis. However, I would say the current site design does provide the opportunity of the turnaround inside the hospital, the hotel building, should those 4 spots on Glen Avenue are not sufficient to accommodate the needs.
Okay. So,
And I don't know that we have any specific parking standards for, we've talked a lot about sort of the new modes of transportation. I guess I just wanted to jump in. As it relates to a standard, we don't have a standard that says for X hotel rooms, you should have Y drop-off spaces. We have parking requirements when being applied, but I think this is something that when we're looking at parking more wholesale, also in the opportunity here with the PUD, you might be right.
And the reason why I ask the question is because I often travel on Ashley past the Residence Inn, and I have to get out of the right lane because there are cars backed up. So at times, I don't know if that would have been, you would have been better off if you didn't have those 4 spots. So I guess the answer is, I don't know, is sort of the best sort of answer in this sort of scenario.
In terms of strict analysis, that was not taken care of, but I concur with the same observation that I share of the hotel off Huron and Ashley. Sometimes when there's space available, the operations of the valet operations will have the door swing out into the travel lane, and this will be taken care of, I guess, through other means of enforcement or better training of the operations.
Okay. And I have just one more question, and this is in regards to the GridSmart system. Is it really helpful? Is it something that the city will use? If you can just speak to that at all?
Okay, yeah. A short introduction of Grid Smart System is a video or camera-based vehicle detection system. So the core data provided from the sensor is vehicle detection. Currently, we do not have any vehicle detection at the two neighboring intersections with traffic signal. So those traffic lights are operating based off predetermined best guess of the engineers. So having the two vehicle detection system will allow information to be fed into the signal controller to understand the real-time needs of conflicting roadways. Therefore, that provides for a better opportunity to optimize the signal timing.
Thank you.
Any other traffic questions? Commissioner Briggs?
Thanks. I'm not sure if this is something that you'll be answering or if this is something for the petitioner. But I'm curious about, I wanted to ask more about those 4 spots that are drop-off spots, particularly how they impact the transportation that's occurring on the sidewalk there. It's unclear to me from these drawings exactly what happens with the sidewalk there, but I know from previous discussions that I've had with the university that they view this corridor as a key sort of pedestrian bicycle route from Central Campus to North Campus, and the bicycle accommodations along this route are particularly pitiful, and I know that that sidewalk is being used for those needs as well. And so I'm curious kind of how that factored into the, if it factored into the transportation analysis, and then learn more about that.
Throughout the review process, this jog, if you will call that, of the sidewalk was being reviewed for design criteria, and that's what we reviewed for.
What do you mean by that?
Means for each turn to allow for offsetting the sidewalk into under the building, the radius, the width, the detailed design standards are being reviewed.
Okay, thanks. So maybe this question is for Jill or the petitioner. Can you talk a little bit more about what the width of the sidewalk is there and exactly what's happening along there? Because this seems a little precarious in terms of the amount of traffic that happens on the sidewalk there.
Well, at the request of the city, we were careful to make sure that this width of the sidewalk was preserved. I think Jill mentioned that we actually have, the sidewalk comes into the site here. There's an 8-foot wide section along here that's completely clear all the way through. We pulled these columns here in a little bit, and these columns here are also in. The building above is at the property line, but there is this recessed area for the columns that allows the 8-foot clear zone. And the drop-off lane itself is 12-foot wide. And specifically, the city asked for specific radiuses of 15 feet to make sure that it's a smooth radius, that somebody that, that was visually impaired walking along the sidewalk wouldn't walk right into a sharp drop-off kind of thing. And also the distance from the corner was proposed to be 30 feet was what the city recommended as a safe distance for sight lines, so that somebody that was sitting here in a car isn't blocking the view of a pedestrian that's about to cross over here. So we carefully looked at all the geometry to make sure that this was appropriate. And keep in mind that these 4 drop-off spaces here are supplanted also by 4 spaces in here. So in theory, there's about 8 spaces that would be available for somebody arriving, unloading baggage, and then having the valet take their cars in. And we do expect that valets will take the cars and they'll have to navigate. Obviously, they can't turn right onto Ansel. They'll have to go. They won't be able to, do a U-turn, so they have to go around the block to come back to get into the parking deck. And then when they bring the cars back, they would have to bring them to the site, and they'd have to go around the block to come back to the drop-off. If somebody was picking up from here, we assume that most people will pick up their cars from this location, and the valets won't really be bringing cars back to this location. So it'd probably be more available for things like airport shuttles and Uber and type of vehicles like that, and taxis.
Seems like that would be, at least something to think about operationally, right?
It's better for a drop-off than for a leaving the site.
So in terms of what's actually happening, right next to the drop-off, is that an entry? That's the main entry to the hotel there,
Yes, we have a
correct?
revolving door, so the frontage of the hotel is on the street. You also have a secondary entrance from here to the hotel.
So it's an 8-foot sidewalk, but the door is sort of coming right out onto the sidewalk there, right? I'm just curious, like, kind of what the space,
Again, it's 8 feet from this column to the curb and from the revolving door to the curb. And then the sidewalk, the drop-off itself was actually wider than a typical drop-off because we wanted to make sure that doors opening, typically somebody opens the door, on both sides could get out of the car without, if it was only a 10-foot wide drop-off lane, they might interfere with the traffic lane.
The Residence Inn is in fact 10 feet.
okay.
And they asked that we move ours to 12 feet. I'd also like to mention the Townsend Hotel is an example in Birmingham, which is a similar kind of property in terms of amenities and operations, has 2 cars for drop-off lane in their public road in front of the hotel. As far as the level of service here it would impact how many staff we have, because nobody's going to wait. The type of hotel this is and the level of service that is demanded will just require us to have enough valet parkers to be able to accommodate. And then in terms of baggage handlers and everything else, there are enough people that you can also move cars quickly and direct cars if there isn't room, how to get to where they're going. It's part of the service level of a property like this.
In terms of going back just a little bit to the previous designs that you'd presented earlier in the process with the entrance on Glen, do you think, into parking, do you think that alleviated some of the concerns that have been sort of beginning to surface in this discussion right now? I'm curious.
Well, yes, we proposed an entrance on Glen, and we thought that that is the main street that this property is located on. And yes, we find it to be somewhat confusing in terms of how we enter the property. On the other hand, we are satisfied that we can operate a successful property with the entrance on Ann and the drop-off on Glen as it's proposed. And we were conceding to the staff's position that you heard, which was that they didn't believe that there was an intuitive way for people not to turn left, although, there's millions of miles of roads where you can't turn left and people don't. But I defer to staff and the commission in trying to find a plan that would be acceptable.
Thanks.
In just one second, you had mentioned earlier about valet parking, and wondering if you can comment. When I saw the plan of the parking level with the aisle parking, do you have anything that shows, it looks like the amount of spaces you have, those cars are parked in tight enough that it looks difficult, if not impossible, to get one out without moving lots of cars.
I think that on the rare occasions where it's filled, you would move lots of cars to get cars in and out. Again, it's a staff issue. The interesting thing,
operational, but,
unlike an apartment building or a condominium building where you can promise the moon and then you're gone and people have to deal with whatever problems you've created. In this situation, I have to deal with whatever problems are created. People don't come back a second time if they had a miserable time the first time. And this business, both for conference, for catering, for life cycle events, for one-night stays, is all about creating a place where people want to come back. And it's repeat business, and that is getting it right. And a property like this, with the investment we're making, we know we have to get it right. And that's it's a level of staff in detail and making sure that you have enough people to accommodate your guests at all times.
And the intention is that you are the operator, or is it a third-party operator?
The intention is that I'm the operator. However, things change. So, I think it goes without saying that it's an industry standard. It's not, I think I would make a wonderful operator and have done it before. However, it's, whether it's my investment 20 years from now or somebody else's investment, it will be an enormous investment, and it will be worthy of operating a property properly.
Besides
Okay.
the parking, I did have that question.
Commissioner Milstein?
I'm assuming that there are some industry standards, especially with the number of rooms and such, that you can indicate, or that you have the numbers for valet. So how many, what I'm trying to get at is, how many cars, just because if you valet park and you show up at the front of the, so if you're on Glen and you show up to the hotel, how many cars are then, because your valet is going to have to go through the residential neighborhood to get around the building to get to Ann Street. Do you have any idea what those numbers are? Of how
You're
many?
talking about at the drop-off lane.
Correct. So
Yeah,
how many people will be at the well, not even the drop-off, but how many cars on average are you seeing being valeted, so that we can at least get a number of how many
I would think on a typical basis, there would be 140 cars valeted, at a night.
Okay.
At night. I think there'd be very few during the day. I think when there's a daytime event, then the valet lot will be busy, although most daytime events are on weekends when there's thousands of available university parking spaces. I think that most of the daytime events that would be done at that property would be university-related, and the university has the ability to make spaces available if they want.
And so someone valets their car on Glen, the valet driver then turns left onto Ann, goes around, is it Zenith Pitcher up there, goes down?
It would go up to, the valet on Glen would go up to Huron.
Huron, okay.
Right.
Has there been any thought or consideration about turning the drop-off lane, so still having the four-vehicle drop-off lane, but the very end of it, turning it right into the circle?
Well, that would be the Glen entrance. Yes.
But only a one-way, so that only if you are in that lane will you be able to, so it's just a one-way entrance off of, so no one else can turn into it. Just so, if it's 140 cars that we get off the residential neighborhoods per night, has any consideration been given to that? Just a one-way into the circle?
Well, the original proposal when we accessed the property off of Glen was that it was only a right-hand turn in. So it was only one way in off of Glen, and I believe that your traffic engineer, that is his issue. I think it's not as much, I'll let him speak. I think his problem isn't as much the exiting from the building on Glen as it is entering the building from Glen.
I believe it's the left turn in from northbound Glen that is the concern.
We never were proposing a legal left turn in.
Right. So the reason why I'm talking about this is because if it will alleviate, because people are going to be pulling in onto Glen Avenue and it's 140 cars a night on average. If there's something, I guess this is more of a conversation to have with the traffic engineer, but having some sort of a one-way if you're heading, whatever direction you're heading, southbound. So I'll discuss that with the travel engineer. Thank you.
Commissioner Ackerman, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, and I think I do still have the
Like 30 minutes ago?
No, to Mr. Liu, I apologize for being stubborn, but I'm going to have this conversation tonight and then again at the city council table. And trying to get it right is important. I think, and I think my stubbornness is fueled by going back through all of the work to date and looking again back to 2016 and the accompanying documents to site plans that have a Glen entrance and exit, and, a 200-some page traffic study done on the part of the petitioner to kind of validate their design. And I guess based on their findings and your findings, what is the discrepancy that there isn't a proper means to prevent a left turn from northbound Glen, be it through, I forget the term that you guys used, but a pork chop matched with like a planter so it can't be driven over? What's the... I'm having trouble reconciling it just because it's rare when the neighborhood's concerns and the petitioner's first proposal align. And so trying to take advantage of that opportunity definitely speaks to me now, and I can imagine would speak to another body in the future.
Okay. The term pork chop is it was first mentioned by staff in the review process. And the pork chop shaped concrete island has been used as a traffic control device at other places, but typically as an aftermath. It's not used as the first initial design feature because of its poor effectiveness. And in terms of the issues associated with access off Glen, I think it's worthwhile to go through the different, I guess, to cover the whole grounds. Okay. With movements turning into the property from Glen Avenue, so northbound traffic on Glen, making a left turn. Desirable to not have that turning movement. Okay.
And I agree.
Yeah. And for southbound traffic on Glen Avenue, making a right turn, when you combine that with a drop-off lane, that creates some operational issues too.
Could you explain the right turn onto southbound Glen and the operational issues there?
It was proposed as a hybrid or combined drop-off lane and right turn lane into the property. So when there are vehicles parked there briefly for dropping off, the lane wouldn't be there for right turn movement. So just for operations, it's very hard to imagine how that is going to work flawlessly in the field.
I mean, just if there's stacking coming from the drop-off or the pull-in, and then also being an entrance and being able to utilize the entire, southern portion of the property to stack even more cars in a roundabout, I guess I can respect that. I don't want to talk this to death if it's already died, but and I don't want to speak for my other colleagues, but if there is opportunity, whatever the motion is tonight, be it postponement, being it move forward, to open that discussion up again, I think it's one worth having. But at the same time, if this is staff's determination and, we're going to explore the project on its merits now, I'm completely comfortable doing that as well. And I'll listen to other colleagues before, I think a motion at this point is premature, but.
If I may continue,
Yeah.
there are
Please.
some other, for traffic coming out of the property to access Glen.
Yeah.
For left turn movements, obviously, that's one movement we're trying to prohibit.
Sure.
And for right turn movement, given the close distance of the driveway to the signalized intersection, operationally, it's not going to function well.
Okay.
There's very strong concern from the staff as to how that short section between the side access to the intersection at Glen and Ann Street, how vehicles are going to function or behave or traverse that little segment is very concerning to staff as to, being able to provide operations that's conducive to safety.
Thank you. Commissioner Briggs, is there?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a little so you mentioned earlier the drop-off lanes there, the right-hand turn lane was problematic. At the same time, with the removal of those 4 drop-off lanes, I know there's still the proximity to the intersection, but would that improve the scenario if that drop-off lane was not there?
Just from looking at the concern with the potential conflict between the drop-off and the right turn in, that's going to solve the concern. However, I don't have the analysis to say as the overall hotel operations, how that is going to affect traffic condition in the entire area.
But that would remove one of the concerns with that area.
Correct. For
Drop-off lanes removed, it would make it easier to access, allow for that right-hand turn lane.
correct. Yeah.
Commissioner Mills?
This is on the same point, and I just want, because I think that it makes a similar case, but I'm just thinking if we did, let's say the entrance was on Glen, and you could only enter from being southbound. If you are northbound on Glen, where do you actually turn around to become southbound? Because of the streets around there, I like the idea of an entrance on Glen, but I'm just not sure how you'd make that work, because you've already passed Ann, so you can't go up to the east and turn around. And so, like, I just don't know logistically how that, I'm thinking like, oh, could we do something creative? But no, just the street network, that's really a question for you, I guess.
Well,
Have you thought about where the turnaround would be?
It may be a question here for the petitioner in terms of, I don't think we're going to solve this traffic issue here tonight necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, did you guys consider that? Where you would turn around?
Yes.
Here's the area plan, if you want to point to it.
Yeah, well, so your question is somebody coming this way and they pass this loop, then they would come down here. Well, there's several things that would happen, but they would come down here and make a left turn onto Catherine and go through the neighborhood. But that would be after they missed the first way, which is turning right onto Ann. But here's our position. Our position is that forget 10 years from now with driverless cars, which are going to obey all the laws and everything. Right now, today, I don't know how you are, but I'm sort of old, and I rely on Google Maps to tell me how to get places. And they follow traffic signals, traffic rules. So we would have programmed in for the address of the Glen, they would automatically be turning right on Ann. That's what the instruction that Google would, or MapQuest or whoever else people use. But that instruction is in, and that's how people, I think, find places. That's certainly how Uber drivers and Lyft drivers and, the people that haven't been somewhere, it's pretty easy today not to get lost. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
I'm just thinking about my parents driving around Ann Arbor who,
Yeah, right. Well,
I can see the
that's
place,
sort of-
but I can't get there because of the one-way streets.
I understand, right.
Yeah, all right. But that is a point well taken.
I'm the one who's been pushing this, and I'm happy to sit on this for now, and I may entertain a motion.
Well, yeah,
later,
let's
but-
perhaps come back to traffic, but I think there are some other issues that are also out there that I would like to give us some time to go over.
Absolutely, and I think I've.
One more traffic thing.
Commissioner Gibranda, last traffic
It's
question
the last
for
traffic
now.
question. So in that scenario where we would have an entry off of Glen, could we have an exit onto Ann? So that you're just turning left on Ann, and then you have a really little loop that you're making not through the neighborhood. So it's like a one-way in from Glen, but then you come back out onto Ann, and then you have the light signal to be able to, it doesn't solve the issue of northbound on Glen and turning in, but in terms of it just seems to me that we're using the word intuition, I think, is an interesting one. It's a non-intuitive thing, you're saying, to be able to not be able to take a left turn on Ann. It also is not intuitive at all to have to drive through the entire neighborhood to get to the front door. And so you're kind of making, and I know that's part of your job, is making these judgment calls about what's more intuitive versus the other, but the other is not exactly like a slam dunk intuitive thing either. So again, that's where all of your knowledge comes in, but I'm kind of with this one, that it feels like, boy, is there another way to skin this cat with a little bit of adjusting that might be able to make it better, not perfect, but frankly, this isn't perfect either. I mean, I feel like it's, what's the least bad thing?
I have a
we can
little
do?
bit of ulterior motives as well, as that if you look back at the site plans, circa 2016, an entrance to and from Glen also introduces retail space, immediately to the west of the property on Ann, and open space open to the public. It just looked, there's just more public benefit in my mind, but also, you can sacrifice those things for safety, without a doubt. But I recommend that colleagues go back and look at them as well, because this project has come a long way. But I will also yield my time, because it's been a while.
So I'd like to suggest, let's put the traffic, and this was the most, in my reckoning, the most mentioned comment was parking and traffic about this. I think it is important. I'm not saying that we have it solved, but I think let's try to see if there are some of the other issues that came up, and then maybe come back to that. The second most mentioned item was that I'll categorize it as the project's too big or too tall. There are a few people asking about that, although it has come down a little bit in size. Any commissioners have any immediate comments on that? Commissioner Gibb-Randall?
I guess my first question is, where exactly is the historic district? It was not on any of the maps. This is the far east edge of it, I take it?
Yes, this is the edge of the historic district. The boundary is Huron, Glen, and Catherine. So basically, everything that you see here is in the district.
Okay. So I guess I feel like, because those two, kind of old, rundown 50s, 60s apartment buildings are in between here and the neighborhood, that I think it's a far cry that this site is ever going to feel like it's part of anything historic. And that if it were right up next to old houses, I would feel differently, but it's not. And those buildings will probably come down in the next 20 years, and some other, project will come in. But I think I agree with what Mr. Kalbaugh brought up in the public comment, that just functionally, it doesn't feel like a historic district. The part that makes me concerned is the traffic going through the neighborhood in a historic district. That's the part that feels uncomfortable to me. But in terms of its character, feel, it's got huge university buildings around it. That's what you really see when you're coming up and down Glen, and they're big, tall, massive things. And I just feel like this is just going to sort of be more of that, but it has retail, which is great, because the university stuff doesn't have any of that. So I think that, Angelo's is like this little lone retail commercial zone in the middle of that, and it would be nice to make this a node rather than just a one-off. As much as I love Angelo's, I would love to see some other things in there too.
Okay. So I have a question probably for staff and then for the petitioner about the height of the building. Per the PUD, it's 109.33 feet.
Yes.
And that was identified in the original PUD as the height?
Yes.
Is that the actual height of this proposal?
Yes.
To the highest point, or to the highest point as we identified in ordinance?
It's the highest point of the, I'm sorry. You just speak to the mic.
So it looks like the top of the, or the white elevator,
It might be way back there. It's
the
actually.
high parapet?
Yeah, it's the elevator penthouse.
Okay.
Most of the building is quite a bit lower than that. Of course, the corners are 1 or 2 stories.
And that is measured from
The average grade.
average grade around the building? Okay. So it's not the actual point at that point, but the average grade to the highest point. Is that, you concur with that, Ms.?
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that, because that's
Yeah.
always becomes kind of relative. Commissioner Briggs?
Okay, all right. This time I'll turn on my mic. So just in terms of on the height, I just wanted to say, kind of concur with what Shannon said. I also wanted to commend the petitioners for respecting the apartments that were right next door. I appreciate the fact that the building terraces down and respects the fact that there's a lower building next door and tries to not have that impact be so broad. I think that my biggest concern with this building is also with the traffic in terms of how it impacts the neighborhood, because I think that is a real concern and impact on the neighborhood. But in terms of the height of the building, I think that it's fitting in with the surrounding buildings quite well and is being quite respectful of the neighborhood next door.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners want to comment on? Commissioner Weatherby?
I agree on one hand. This does remind me a lot of 618 South Main, where it really pulls away from the neighborhood and is right up to the street on the sort of busy street side, which seems like a good idea, and I think but it does make the building seem quite off balance, and it does kind of give the feel of like falling into Glen a little bit when you see that all the weight kind of on one side. And I think it's still probably better to pull away from the neighborhood, but what my concern is I like the terraces a lot, and I like the green and but is there any way that we can make sure that that actually happens? And that those aren't just flat, unattractive roofs, that the building next door, which may end up being 6 stories, then just looks out on sort of a unkempt white roof.
All that landscaping is described in the supplemental regulations, so it is part of the proposed plan. It would be executed if it was approved.
Okay, all right.
And
Scott, I'm not
we
sure they're
also
actually in there.
can be,
Okay.
Isn't it in there?
I don't think it's in the supplemental regs.
It could be put in a development agreement.
in the development
Because it's a
agreement, I was going to
commitment.
say, if they're willing to commit to that, I believe
So,
that's possible.
guys, the
Care
thinking
about our
behind
community.
this is very difficult to control landscaping on a hotel terrace. Is it complaint-driven? Like, how do we enforce that? If the trees don't grow because there's some atmospheric condition that's a problem, do we have to go in there and have them plant new trees? It's really an enforcement issue, which is why I did not put it in the supplemental regs. It's not required landscaping, so we didn't feel like we could hold them to it.
I would think that if we felt it was important enough to include the terrace development somehow as part of the development agreement, then the petitioner would probably feel compelled to make those terraces nice, to use them.
We proposed it because we expected to build it. So yes, we're prepared to make it a condition if that's what you want.
I agree about the difficult with landscaping, but I would
Build it
just say
and maintain it.
require the terraces as designed and maintained.
For me, that would be important, because otherwise it just looks like a really, to me, sort of awkwardly placed top. If there's nothing there, then giving up that height on that side, I think you're kind of giving up too much. If it actually looks like a place that's inviting and interesting and part of, whether that means a AstroTurf roof or a green roof or plantings, I mean, I understand that there's a difficulty with,
We haven't actually reviewed the planters to see if they're big enough to grow a tree in, for example, but we could.
or a bush, or something that just makes it look more like a place and not like a weird low roof. And I also, while I appreciate the petitioners, the vision of the sort of Art Deco look, that kind of was off-putting to me, because this isn't what this looks like. So giving that reference, I think, might not be in your best interest, because to me, this has very little Art Deco look and doesn't look at all like that really cool building that you put in. And so I just caution you a little bit that the reference to the older building is, if you really talk about it, I can see it a little bit, but I think you might not want to talk about that too much, because I really like that old building, and I'm not sure that the design that I see here is reflective of that, so.
Would you like me to address that?
Sure.
A little bit, just, obviously, we didn't copy this three-story apartment building, it wouldn't fit. Maybe I didn't go slow enough to point out some of the things that we have tried to do was, the round window that has the decorative window frames. These are the pilasters that we were talking about that would be on both the Anne and the same thing on Catherine. Those are protrusions, very large columns that have a corbel at the bottom, which you saw on that building on, I can't remember the name of the street. Kingsley. The area between the windows it's a houndstooth brick pattern and has a cast stone sill and a soldier course that's a contrasting brick that was done on the Kingsley, as well as, there's one other feature I can't quite remember. Just the amount of brick detailing that we did. Just the other question you had about the roof terraces, those are actually going to be fully paved as roof terraces for the apartments on those floors, so those people could have umbrella tables and outdoor furniture, so they will be populated. They're not just going to be a roof that steps down to make the building smaller. They are intended to be fully populated on the 8th and 9th floor, as well as the large one that's over here closer to the 3-story apartment building. And that one would be available for anyone staying in the hotel. These on the upper floors are more private.
Would that be available for the ballroom?
It would be one level above the ballroom, but yes, you could go up the elevator and go onto that if you wanted to have a toast or something out there for the wedding. You could do that on a rooftop.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bonney, since you're up there, we'll start talking about some architectural things, and I'll follow up on a few things. I think Commissioner Weatherby, while there are details clearly that you've tried to emulate from the Moorish Art Deco, it doesn't have the kind of Moorish look to it that building does. So
this at the top,
yeah. The preservation folks in the audience will not be persuaded by your, but a couple of points architecturally. So I think, the idea of that you're trying to incorporate detail in a, what's a very large building in a large in terms of mass filling the site in a very constrained situation, I think is admirable, and I think you're doing a nice job of trying to do that. Where I wish I could see that a little bit more is not on the upper floors of the building, but more detail where the building is at the pedestrian level, where it's meeting grade at the bottom 2 floors, where curiously, instead of having a closer rhythm of columns and more brick detailing, you've got columns that span further that are more round, that look more like, pardon me for saying this, like you might see in a parking garage or something like that. And it almost seems like that's the spot where you should invest in more detailing, is where people will be up close to it and can appreciate it, and it can sort to, maybe make that a more attractive area for pedestrians and people to enjoy. So, we don't do aesthetics here at the commission per se, but I do think that that's something that could help make that a more enjoyable pedestrian experience. Maybe instead of larger sections of glazing down low, you start to break that up with a little bit more of the masonry or something like that to create more
a couple
pedestrian
things.
scale.
Right at the corner, this is where that 2-story portion that was cut away. We're proposing some artwork located in that location. It's not visible in this particular rendering. And this corner column especially was meant to be rusticated, so it was unique, so it was not consistent with the other columns. So that one, you can see the joint pattern in there. So that was meant to reference the pattern that's on the core.
Yeah, that seems very nice.
The other thing we were trying to do, that obviously they're very tall, floor-to-ceiling glass, oversized as much as possible. And in theory, we're showing a storefront in there, but I think once we get a specific tenant, the hope would be that we would customize that for that tenant. And then it would be perhaps a wood storefront or a metal storefront or something that might be unique, and they would come back and get approval for a unique storefront. So it wouldn't necessarily be a generic storefront for the whole length. Right now, we're showing placeholders as though they're all aluminum and glass. So that was one thing that we had hoped to do to make it as interesting as possible. We've also got the awnings and the meeting rooms. I don't know if you've noticed, there's actually floor-to-ceiling glass as well. We were trying to make that very transparent so that all the meetings that occur in the building feel as though they're part of the neighborhood, and it's not just some ballroom that's tucked away in the project. You're trying to animate that part
That's,
of the
it's a
building.
noble cause, but in my experience, that what we'll do is close the blinds, especially since they're facing east if it's a morning meeting, but.
Right.
But I understand, and I'm just merely trying to suggest that, you know, as this project evolves and if it goes forward to council, that those are, I think, are things that are valued in the neighborhood. And while I would agree with my other commissioners that this does not feel like an integral part of the Old Fourth Ward by its location, I think there would be great appreciation from neighbors if it doesn't have to look historic, but that it picked up on the pedestrian scale that you see in older buildings. And I think that's a significant difference between the building that you referenced and this, is that they're very different scales. It doesn't mean that this is a bad building. I think it can be very nice, and I think you've gotten gone a long ways in that effort.
Another thing I forgot to mention is the whole frontage on Glen. We thought it was too long to have the whole frontage be unbroken, so right at the entrance, we had proposed a recess that turns on these corners. So it actually turns it into basically a brick mass that's 1/3 of the site and 2/3 of the site here, again, to help break the scale down.
Yeah, I think that's
And on the back
helpful.
side of the building, the large elevator core is also trying to reduce the scale and be more like a chimney on a house, you know, scaled up to a larger scale.
And I think those are helpful design moves to, like you said, break down the scale. One of the objections I always have to 615 South Main is it's just one long, you know, it's only 6 stories high in some regards, but it's one long mass. There is one little
618.
vertical, 618, excuse me, yeah.
I don't think we mentioned
but
that this
I think
area
this
has
does
a
better.
recessed, 2 bays are recessed for outdoor dining for the restaurant as well. We wanted to maintain that 8-foot clear zone, but still have some place to sit outside. So there's a shallow area in there that will be recessed about 8 or 10 feet for outdoor dining, so it'll activate the front. And those storefronts in there are proposed to be folding glass facades that can be opened up. When
Nice.
you really want to hear this and smell the fumes from Glen, you can put those on.
We do it on Main Street. So I have a couple of practical questions about the architecture for you. So at the top of the base, at the 2-story level, there's a cornice or a ledge. It's called out, I think, as being a metal cornice. How far does that protrude out from the face of the brick?
I believe it sticks out 4 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
So how are you addressing drainage off there?
That would have independent drains that would be taken down through the building. It's not going to sheet off that to the sidewalk.
So it's going to drain back into the building to conductors inside?
Internal, yes.
And you're going to end up with heat trace and all those,
Yes,
and
yes. We've run into that at Zaragon, and we had to retrofit it to do just that, to heat
Right.
trace the drains. So
Yeah.
because of the problem, and it's a common on many buildings that have cornices in terms of ice
Right.
and snow building up and then sliding off onto pedestrians.
Yeah, and I think it's imperative that for safety, that those have to drain slope not towards the sidewalk,
Yeah.
back towards the
It'll be
building.
internal,
So that
yeah.
if your drains don't work, it's your problem, it's not,
Luckily, it's
coming
kind of
off
a
onto people.
continuous surface, so you can minimize the number of drains, but
Right,
it
right.
helps.
And where's the main mechanicals located?
We have a penthouse on the roof. At this point, it might become a screen mechanical room depending on the exact mechanical design. Right now, most of the mechanical units for the hotels are within the rooms in a P-TEC
Right.
unit.
Okay.
And of course, we have on the roof of the building back here, there's a large screened area that would serve the ballroom and the kitchen, the catering kitchen, and the lobby spaces separately. So that's all rooftop equipment on the west side of the building with a big, tall screen wall.
So all the rooftop units are proposed being screened
Yes.
on all sides?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And if there are rooftop on the roof, they would be screened or within a penthouse.
Within a penthouse, right. Because it's going to be very visible, obviously, with this building, and
Yes.
it will be seen from a lot of places, so I think that's important that they are screened. So that was another one. I mean, really, I think just my architecture, the more that you can introduce detail and maybe bring a little bit of the more, as you've done at the corner, a little bit more of that architecture of the top down in form so that it doesn't feel like it's floating above the ground so much.
There
I
is a
think-
notch on Catherine and Glen as well.
Yeah.
It's a 45-degree corner, on that corner there, yeah. So it sort of cuts the corner so pedestrians don't have to go around the building, they can
Mhm.
cut through it. And even on the, in the foreground of that picture, the exit from the stair that you see vertically, we decided to make that an arcade. So that's a covered stair exit that would have windows in the, into that retail space. So the retail actually wraps around a little bit to the west side on that elevation. So it's not only retail facing north, it also faces west for those 3 bays.
Well, I mean,
The
you-
windows above that, by the way, aren't vision glass, those are spandrel glass, because that's right on the facade. But the areas in the lower portion are, you know, it's vision glass into that retail space.
Okay. I mean, you've obviously paid a lot of attention to all 4 sides of the building, which I think this site warrants, and you know, you should be commended for that. And I'm sure, you know, you're not done with it yet. This is an early stage of this. And there are typically, when we do the development agreements, if this goes forward, you know, there will be some specifics that go in there. And I know you've built things in Ann Arbor before, so you're, might be aware of that, material changes, things that are changed in terms of the material or significantly changes
Except
to
for
the.
very minor changes where you have to stick with them.
You
And we
end
have
up having
stated
to come back to council.
No drive-it, no vinyl siding. So it's
Good.
going to be all
Those are all-
stone, brick, aluminum, clear glass, or transparent glass, not reflective glass.
To that point, just in response to your kind of, you're identifying kind of a lack of the human scale and the neighborhood scale, you know, surrounding the first floor, and I think, I think I can appreciate that on the Ann and Catherine side, but, you know, in light of what council just passed last night and that we recommended, trying to increase the transparency, to, you know, 75%. And how do you take that out of the downtown core and onto major corridors like Glen, adjacent to, you know, giant employment centers? I think the more urban landscape on the Glen side speaks to me more, but I can appreciate on the Ann or Catherine side, trying to search for more of that neighborhood scale. You have decades more experience in architecture than I do.
Everyone's a designer.
There we go.
Frankly,
You
we
can
don't
ask
know
this-
what's going to be in the retail, those 3 retail spaces at this point, and, you know, that would somehow, you know, inform what the outside of them look like too. Hopefully, they would be unique and placemaking and not generic would be our goal.
Okay. Well, those were my main architectural questions. I don't know, Commissioner Weatherby?
Just, again, on that, I see that you have the Marilyn Monroe.
Yes.
in-
Those
if-
won't actually be Warhols on the side of the building. It's a placeholder for some artwork on the wall, some murals.
If I could maybe recommend something that refers back to the Old Fourth Ward, maybe historical plaque, maybe something that maybe the Old Fourth Ward could decide, or that the city could do something that's just a thought. I don't know if it would, if there's.
It's a
but-
placeholder now for something universal. That's a good suggestion. I think we would definitely look to do something that helps it fit in.
But at no cost to the city.
No.
At no cost to the city, please.
We also have a mural on the third floor roof there, so there's a small mural up there as well. And I think you can see it tucked around the corner here. It's visible when you're on the terrace, but it's modest scale.
So is the public, or this, I want to call it public art, publicly viewable art, is that
Yes.
something that's identified on your
Yeah.
documents?
That would also be provided by
Okay.
the owner for the benefit of the city, and they'd be welcome to visit anytime they want. But it would be on private property.
Right, understood. Okay. I think first Commissioner Gibrandal, then Commissioner Milstein.
I would just like to say that I really like your massing, and that there's not a lot of buildings that we see that come through that have, you know, spaces broken up. There's a lot of big boxes that we see with the same windows all the way across, and it feels really monotonous, and we're always trying to get people to do more interesting massing, and so I really appreciate what you've done here. There's a lot of just the way you slice through with different architectural elements, and I can see the points of, you know, livening up the human scale piece, but when I look at it from far away, I like the way you've done the windows differently on the different sides, and I just feel like there's a lot of interesting things to look at, so I appreciate you all spending the time on really designing this thing and not just trying to figure out how you can make a buck, so.
Well, thank you. One little detail, if you notice on the screen right now, the window that's above the elevator, that vertical slot window is a glass area in the elevator lobby, and that window is in the elevator mechanical room, but it will be translucent glass and glow at night. So the idea is to provide this round logo feature to have kind of a glowing orb, you know, again, for the neighborhood to enjoy it and not be a bright lighted thing. Somebody mentioned, by the way, from the audience, from the public, the night lighting. Since we're doing a very sustainable building, we'll be very, very careful not to have up lights on the building. We're not going to contribute to the, you know, throw lights into the sky. The building, all the lights will be directed down. They won't be any brighter than the parking garages across the street, for sure. So it's going to be subtly lit, not, you know, lit up like a Times Square building.
Okay. Commissioner Milstein?
So first thing I'd like to mention is that this is a huge improvement over what's there right now. So I know
Better
we
than a
have,
vacant lot?
I know that no one's
Small
really
praise.
said that at this point, but this is a huge improvement, so I appreciate the efforts, and I'm very excited for a project on this site. Couple questions that I do have, and I will first apologize to Mr. Moore, because this is the third time I'm gonna bring this up at a planning commission, is that from the architecture and the looks of the building, I do like the massing of it, but it's really brown. And we have a lot of brown buildings that are being built in the city of Ann Arbor right now, and they all sort of are starting to look somewhat the same. And I know we don't have a whole lot of control over the color of the buildings, but that's the one comment that I would just like to make, is that the city's looking a little too brown. So if there's anything you can do about that, there's a project that
Yellow
is
brick.
on Maiden Lane right now, that we also discussed this. So we've been talking about this, so just my 2 cents there. And then a question in regards to the looks of the building is signage. So right now, the signage that I see on your building is very minimal with regards to there really isn't anything up top. And we've had a couple hotels especially that have come before us with, you know, what appear to be small signage, and as they're being built, the signage is much larger. Is there a plan for additional signage on the building that's larger than what it is today? So that's my first question to you.
Well, as Craig mentioned, we don't have a flag for the project. Right now, it's intended to be an independent hotel. And currently, the only signage is on the canopy. It's meant to be understated and elegant. You know, you go to a W hotel, it just says W. This is just going to say the Glen. That's it, on that one canopy. There might be some small, you know, entrance hotel signage under the canopy that directs you where you're going. Obviously, the retail signage would be meeting, and all the signage, of course, will meet the signage requirements of the city. It's not being proposed specifically at this point. Nothing more. And to your first question about the color, when we were trying to show as much contextual design, we tried to adapt to the colors of the neighborhood, which obviously there are brown on the apartment buildings, on the, I forget the name of this. That big guy, and even across the street, the terracotta slats that are in the parking garage over the buff-colored concrete, so we were trying to make it contextual. I kind of think we might want to lighten it up and have it be a little bit more of a yellow ochre tone and more of a contrast, but I still think some of that saturated terracotta color would be good look in those. And again, part of the reason to do that is to make the recesses look even deeper and make them feel more dimensional than they are. So it just helps reinforce that.
Thank you. A follow-up question in regards to signage to Ms. Thatcher. Since this is in the historic district, so if they decided to do additional signage, that I assume would have to go before the Historic District Commission for
Yep.
approval?
Yep, once the building is constructed, whatever building is built on this site, it will be a non-contributing resource in the Old Fourth Ward Historic District. So it will still have to go through the same review process for signage, changes to storefronts, pretty much any changes on the exterior as any other non-contributing building.
So how would that relate to, so at this point, they don't know what their retail space is going to be.
Mhm.
So if that retail space, if they decide to open for business and they wanted signage, before any signage could be put up, it would go to the Historic District Commission, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
As well as, so for instance, right now, their signage is pretty minimal for the hotel. That's all that would be permitted unless they went to the Historic District Commission, is that correct?
There are no signage details. There are a couple of words here and there on the awnings, but any signage will be considered new signage and will have to be reviewed by the Historic District Commission, with a possible exception of if there are clear sign band areas above each of the 3 storefronts, that is clearly an appropriate place for signage, then I would ask the commission if I could give them a staff approval to speed things up. But any large logos or hotel signage hasn't been reviewed by the HDC and would need to be.
Okay, thank you. And then just a couple of other questions. What is the plan for the 24 one-bedroom apartments? Is there a plan for it? Are they going to be part of the hotel, separate from the hotel?
Yes. All of those.
Okay.
It will really be dependent on the market at the time. I would envision some of the rooms would be leased on an annual basis, and some might act more like hotel suites and would be nightly, or, with the hospital nearby, I would expect that we'd have a lot of long-term stay people, families of people getting treatments, or maybe even patients that are getting long-term treatments. So I think it will be a mix, but the sort of the key is that they will all have the ability to have hotel services provided, like housekeeping and food service and all of the other amenities.
Okay. That's all that I have for right now.
Is that a question, Mr. Ackerman?
I just, I guess if other commissioners who haven't spoken as much as me want to go, happy to, but just kind of wanted to.
I'd like to ask a question first, then I'll come back to you if I can. Probably a question for the architect again, maybe. So you're going down 4 stories into grade. What's the plan for earth retention? Are you doing cast piles? Are you doing, what's your?
Well, I think that the way that we did it at the Zaragon, where the lower parking was probably similar in that we'll probably have an auger cast pier retaining wall system that would remain in place. So it is a relatively quiet way to create you're not
Right.
blasting down there. You're drilling an auger, and then you pour a concrete thing, and then you do one very close to it, and then you go back in and fill in that gap. I'm not a retention wall designer, but that's typically how those are done in a very narrow site. And obviously we'll have to protect the public way, and we might have some foundation encroachment depending on the specific design, and we'll of course go through the
But they're
building
not
department.
intended to be pile-driven?
No,
Because we had one comment about vibration, and well, I think that the observatory site is probably far enough away, it wouldn't be impacted. The neighbors are close enough that they would be impacted by pile-driven.
I'm doing another project
Right.
now where we are in the throes of the earth retention system. And due to the soils, the nature of this, and the contamination, the auger cast is really the only thing that meets all the criteria. And that was done at the law library. It was done at the
Right.
underground parking lot next to the
No,
library.
it's certainly the preferable way to do it. It's, okay, just, that's something that you don't see, so we don't think about it. And then you said that this project is you're intending it to be LEED Silver certified?
Our intention is to make it, to follow the requirements of LEED, Silver, to get the 50 points, but we have not really discussed the nature of a full certification. The intention, a number of buildings in town have followed that path where they follow the rules, but we don't actually go for certification at this point, so.
So how would we as a body or as a community know that you followed the rules if there's not a third
We would
party?
submit the same documentation to you that we would submit to LEED for those point accreditation.
But we're not LEED reviewers. We don't have the knowledge that LEED reviewers have or the background to be able to judge the information you submit in a suitable way.
How would you like to?
Something to think about. And which version of LEED are you
LEED
contemplating?
4.0, the current version, silver.
Version 4.
Level, yes.
Okay.
As I understand it, it's the exact same situation as like the Hyatt Place that was just built, which was to LEED Silver qualifications, but not necessarily going through the entire LEED certification, which, as I understand it, is incredibly costly. But the intent is to meet the environmental standards and not necessarily be certified. I'm not saying that we won't. I just haven't decided.
Yeah, and I don't think we have anything that requires LEED certification, but I think to expect staff or commission to be able to judge whether it meets the requirements is probably not fair for us.
Maybe we would have some other independent source of certification that would say that we have met those point system.
Commissioner
I-
Klein?
Yes.
It's in the development agreement with exactly what Mr. Singer just said. It's, there is a requirement that it be consistent with LEED Silver certification within a year of a certificate of occupancy, and they have to provide document from an independent qualified professional that verifies that it would meet that standard. The name of the project that I can't remember above Pizza House recently went through this documentation.
Okay.
So we've got sort of standard language that we can put in development agreements to hold them to that.
And then there's, I think, a certain number of points that are required to get on energy and atmosphere, is that right?
Yeah, they're initially.
Minimum?
Yeah, there's an initial 4 points, and then there's language that we're using these days.
Okay. Commissioner Gibrandal, you?
So with the version 4 that came out, I mean, which is very different than a building that was built 2 years ago, there's a performance component that would, I don't know how you do that without actually being part of the actual LEED system, and it certainly wouldn't be something the city would be able to handle managing. And so I think there's actually a big difference between projects that are coming through now and projects that may have been built 2 years ago because of what just went down with LEED, which is, I don't know, a year and a half old or something like that in terms of the major shift with version 4 of how things are evaluated. So, I mean, it was a big change. So, just in terms of how you're handling the development agreement, I would maybe do a little bit of research around how these new standards could be incorporated into development agreements that are meaningful, because business just changed a whole lot in the last couple of years with that.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think
thank
unless
you.
you register the project already for version 3, you're not able to do so. You
Right,
know,
it's too late now.
There's a sunset date for a couple years out still.
It's not registered.
Right, so.
Yeah.
And I bring it up because we want we want to have a clear understanding of what's being proposed in terms of the project. Certainly from the commission's perspective, you know, having a LEED certified building would be a wonderful thing. I don't think that necessarily makes it greener than a non-LEED certified building, except you get to hang the plaque on the wall or whatever. But we do want to make sure that we understand what you're promising to do, and that you actually do it. So.
I would have to provide, I would have to be able to provide some sort of independent measured certification, including any kind of performance-based or be LEED
Right.
Silver certified. I'm just not familiar,
Right.
so I don't want to agree to something other than meeting the standards. And I guess it would be my obligation to satisfy all of the requirements somehow, one of which may be becoming LEED certified.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask, do we have more questions? I was going to, Commissioner Briggs?
So I just wanted to say thank you for focusing on sustainability and on the environmental cleanup of this project. I think they are really large benefits to the community. Just to tack on a little bit to some of the comments earlier regarding the pedestrian scale, it would be, as I'm looking at the view from Glen and Ann looking northwest, showing drop-off, hotel lobby, and two-story high recess and art. Just looking at it, looking at the hotel from that viewpoint.
Yeah.
That page. There's a lot of people in it, which is meant to make it look active. But one of the pieces that sort of communicates to me is the flow along this corner, depending how this manifests. I mean, this corner may shift if some of the turns shift, you know, if there's some turning movements change on Glen. But to me, it doesn't, at this point, look particularly pedestrian-friendly. There's a lot of pedestrians there, but looking at, I know this is a corridor where not only is this going to be a destination now, obviously, but it's also a corridor that people are moving along, and they're just trying to get from point A to point B, and they're zipping along on a bike, or they're just trying to get through that area. And thinking about, it's not clear in some ways through these pictures, and maybe they could be shifted. Maybe in future illustrations, you might be able to actually communicate the movements a little bit better in terms of, folks are going to be visiting a hotel, obviously, with luggage. I'm anticipating that there are some things that can sort of, some of those pieces that make it difficult to travel along the corridors as well. But in terms of improvements, if there's a way to make that area a little bit more inviting to travel through, right now it doesn't particularly feel like it is. I know there's probably that art that's there is sort of just a placeholder. It's not what's actually going to occur, but it doesn't look particularly dynamic yet. And part of it, I think, what we don't do, in my opinion, very well in Ann Arbor is think creatively very much about how small-scale public art can be very inviting. We do that. Milwaukee is a city that I've visited that actually does it pretty well. If you're on the corner of, I can't remember what corner it is downtown, but Literati has, the bricks along there have little quotes, and it's sometimes those really teeny things that really don't cost a whole heck of a lot of money, but just make that space feel welcoming, inviting. There are ways that you can plan the project. I know it's going to be hard to communicate through these pictures, but if there's a way.
If you go to the next
Yeah.
page,
Yeah, we have a few
It'll
ideas
be
that,
there.
again, we didn't fully explain. You can see the scale of the art that we're proposing.
Yeah.
The idea of some lighted bollards that would protect vehicles from getting in the way of the pedestrian sidewalk. We can see that the porte cochere itself, we're intending to repeat that logo feature of the, arbor-inspired tree thing on the surface, as well as the ceiling above it. You can barely see it in that, it's actually embedded in the ceiling with those details. And then, of course, you can see the revolving doors for the main entrance and the secondary entrance. So there is quite a bit going on in that facade. And
but I see, it's starker than I
It is.
think.
I mean, and it's because there's a lot of things you're trying to accomplish in that. I mean, there's
Right.
car drop-off, but it's not clear to
But
me.
it's really, it's away from the car drop-off, so, I think that what you're looking for can be accomplished. The one thing that was sort of passed over with the HDC, that we did not get a certificate of appropriateness, but we thought we were. And we spent, well over a year working with them on every one of these details. So while I'm not standing here with a certificate of appropriateness and you're not supposed to evaluate the design, we went through every single solitary iteration of every point. And I think that in the end, we lost in a 4-3 vote based on the scale, not based on any of the architectural elements. However, you're right. It's sort of all open for discussion, and we are happy to try and accommodate the commission and the council.
One notion we had, of course, was because we know this is going to be an important juncture in the hotel, we did want it to be open and visible to people on Glen. Even if the entrance is on Ann, you'd want people to drive by and understand, oh, that's where the entrance is, that's where I need to get to, as opposed to if we were to put a scrim or a screen to make that part of the building disappear. So on one hand, there's a certain desire to be open and self-evident, I should say, that you understand what's going on there, but then also to be pleasant and inviting. And that's why the separation with all the bollards in there too. So you're absolutely right. And a part of it really depends on how cool the sculpture is. You know, if
Right.
that's a little dramatic piece, we hope it can.
Yep, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Mills and then Commissioner Ackerman.
I had a question about stormwater,
Weatherby.
and it sounds like that it's going to be pumped to the kind of, or sent to the south, well, it's the western side. I'm curious how it then, it says it's just going to drain into the system. Does it have to be, is it deep underground that needs to be pumped out, or
No,
is it
it's
gravity fed, or how does that work?
It'll feed out to Catherine Street by gravity through the building, but we're storing the 100-year storm an 11-foot diameter underground pipe that's in the service drive. So we're meeting the city and the county's requirements for stormwater volume and detention and treatment, but it does discharge by gravity. It will not be pumped.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Then the other couple of things that I had were just kind of following up. Something that Commissioner Ackerman said very early on about the not seeking brownfield development credits. I think that is fantastic. I don't know, this is a question for staff. Can we put that in the development agreement? And the reason that I ask about that is because one of the rationales for this project, at least in the, or I don't know if it's the right in the development agreement or in the, what is the other part?
Supplemental
The
reg.
supplemental regulation, because one of the findings is that we're doing this because the developer is cleaning up the environmental contamination on the site. And so if that's one of the benefits, then making sure that the city's not asked to then pay for it, yeah.
I believe that Joe might know the answer to this, but I believe that I have to have the brownfield approved before I go to council. I think that's part of the process. So my project can't be approved at council, and then I come back for brownfield. That's my understanding of how it works.
Got it.
So I fully believe that I've given up my ability to seek brownfield, and I did that knowingly.
Got it.
Historically, that's true. I don't know if that's legally true, but that's.
Regardless, it would go through both the committee and council, if it's possible to come back.
Well, I'm on tapes, right?
Yes.
So you know they're going to turn me down.
But we like to make sure our bases are covered.
Yes, well, no.
Without that brownfield, they haven't applied, it hasn't been approved, so there is no brownfield incentive for it. However, we could identify that as a, I think that's a clear benefit in the PUD standards, so we could just clearly articulate that there too. It would have the most impact of identifying that as one of the basis for public benefit that was considered.
Right, yeah, it's identified as the benefit, it's just not, and I think that benefit is certainly enhanced by the fact that they're doing this on their own dime. And so articulating that, I think, is helpful. The other thing that is kind of circling back, so tell me if you don't want me, we haven't talked about the train station and whether that changes the traffic modeling.
I think it's.
Is that okay to talk about? Or, is this the appropriate time?
You're Commissioner, you're certainly okay to talk about it. I don't think we are in a position where we can hold that over their head and say you can't approve this project because there's a future development that might happen sometime down the road.
I apologize for not bringing that up in my council update as well. Probably a big development that's happened over the last
Well, and, I think that was more of the question, all the time that's something that certainly came out of the public hearing portion of this. And I think this is more a question for staff and there's lots of development happening around the city. What's the approach on when there's going to be, when there are changes in that, if it, along the way? I would imagine that, well,
Are
if
you
it
asking
were
about in
before.
terms of traffic or in terms
In
of?
terms of traffic, like, do you go back and remodel it? Redo the modeling, not remodel, yeah.
So typically, we follow the CIP process when there are projects that's programmed. That's something we'll have to put in the picture when we analyze a proposal on hand. For train station in particular, I don't believe that's something that has been approved for, I guess, by the federal for public review yet, and staff at this point, at least the traffic engineering team does not have the detailed information for the analysis either.
It's going to be a long road.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, so this is, selecting a preferred site, setting a more realistic and informed budget of $81 million. The steps to be taken until then, because this is the preferred location. Well, first you have to do legitimate engineering and design. You have to secure funding for that. You have to then secure funding for construction. You have to have a vote of the public. If you can't secure funding, if we continue to go down the road of the train station, you'd probably have to have a vote of the public for a bond issuance. I mean, we're talking, it's going to be a very long road.
He's gonna be an old man by
if it's a road that continues.
Yeah. I get that. I think, having cycled, I'm not thinking just about traffic, although having cycled this way an awful lot, that's the entire right of way is constrained. The sidewalks there now are not adequate. I think it's fantastic to be adding more activity here. I like this project. We want it to accomplish a lot though, and if we're adding more buses and more cars and more cyclists and more pedestrians, I'm just, it's hard to, even though these things are well into the future, this building is gonna be standing, hopefully. I mean, I don't know how long you guys intend it to be standing, but 100 years? So we've gotta plan for that, and, you can't totally know the future, but I don't know if that's something that leaves me a little uncomfortable, just because I don't think we've adequately planned for transportation overall in this corridor, and this corridor is changing. This could change it, and so I'm left dissatisfied.
May I speak for a moment about public benefits? It's come up, and
Please.
this is something we care a lot about, and, we put a lot of thought in. And so when, somebody makes the comment about the brownfield, or another one of you made the comments about the vegetation on the terraces, we're the type of people that if we say we're going to do something, we don't mind putting it in writing because we intend to do it. And, we have, it's funny, when I read the staff report, we had the citizen participation meeting in 2015. And we started in the winter of 2015, meeting with the Old Fourth Ward District Association. And we hoped to convince them that we wish to be good neighbors and do a project that would benefit the entire community. It proved a little bit illusory, and we proceeded forward. Commissioner Ackerman mentioned that in going back and e-track it, our proposal for the Glen entrance was 2016. I remind everybody, it's 11 o'clock on September 19, 2017. So we've been at this a long time trying to come up with a project that will work for everybody. It was exciting tonight to hear Dean Kelbaugh talk about the urban effect and speaking for all of us, your engagement and focus on the detail and passion is important and very much appreciated by us. We're hoping to do a project. We talked about the community benefits in terms of cleaning up the brownfield without public money. We've talked about building to LEED standards. We're going to put solar panels on the roof. We're going to put a light color roof there. We're going to try to do things that animate the street to make it more of a neighborhood. We also think that this development will be a great builder of the community. We believe that there's nothing really comparable to what we're proposing in terms of meeting space, gathering space. We know that every one of the great medical centers that the University of Michigan Medical Center compares itself to, like Cleveland Clinic, like Mayo Clinic, has first-class hotel space adjacent to it. For years, the university talked about building a hotel and conference center, but on, NCRC land. We think this center will serve that purpose, but on a tax-paying basis. We look at other cities that host great universities, which is not, and believe me, I understand the tension between the city and the university, but, there is a symbiosis, and, you look at the Charles Hotel in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Stanford University is a great hotel that's a sort of center of Silicon Valley activity, and we're hoping that this can add that to this community and be here for 75 or 100 years as a place that will be known in Ann Arbor. Meet me at the Glen, and we think when you add up what we're doing in terms of cleaning up the environment, creating neighborhood retail, creating first-class hotel space, supporting the University Health Center, creating good jobs, we hope that it adds up for the community. We've really tried hard to do that. And, we're hoping that the project, merits your positive support and ultimately that of the council.
Thank you, and appreciate you condensing all the discussion into some very salient points there. We are at 10:58. We need a motion if we're going to continue beyond 11 o'clock.
As a matter of business, I think we need to, can we say 11:30 and try to beat it?
I was going to ask for a motion for a specific end time. Is that?
I move 11:30.
Is there a second for Commissioner Milstein? Any discussion on the motion to extend to 11:30? All in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes? Okay. So we bought ourselves a little time. I think Commissioner Weatherby had a question, and then Commissioner Ackerman, I don't know, a long time ago you were on the list.
Using a motion, and I think it might be time.
Perhaps a motion, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
All right, one of my questions was public benefit, so that was already answered. I wanted to make a comment about the train station. I think having a hotel near the train station, whether it's the current train station or the future train station, I think is huge. Having a hotel near the hospital, I think is really great. I had a frantic call this summer from a friend of mine whose parents were en route to the hospital from the other side of the state. His mom didn't know where she was going to stay. His dad was getting checked in, emergency situation. We were trying to figure out, are we going to be home? Can we take your mom? Can we? So I think, having a hotel, I think probably having more than one hotel is reasonable. I'm in a neighborhood where a lot of houses are being demolished right now for new properties. And while I know 2 houses were demolished for this, it was a long time ago, and it's not this project. And I think building this not in a place where you have to take down a lot of existing buildings or existing historical buildings, existing uses is a positive for me. This is an empty lot right now. I did have a question, and this may be far down the road, but it's close to my mind right now. When you build this, and this is for staff or the petitioner, what streets are going to be closed if this is getting built? How is that going to, and it's maybe just something to think about, but like I said, it's high on my mind right now because Main Street is closed for building of a property, And one thing that concerns me is this will probably take a while to build, and will Glenn or Ann or Catherine be closed? I would assume there are rules and regulations and how that works.
Yes, I hope that you will see around the community that we have been trying hard to partner with landowners to minimize street closures. We've had some community experience where it wasn't, frankly, that we didn't have ordinance requirements. I just don't think for a while we were doing a good job of enforcing some of that, and we would allow protracted closures of streets for that were perhaps as much about convenience for the project as opposed to the balance of protecting the public right-of-way. So as part of the permitting process now, we spend a lot of time talking about site logistics, and we work hard to minimize the impact, particularly to pedestrians. That said, there are some stages of construction that do oftentimes mandate it, but we will do our best to minimize those to the appropriate and safe times to keep both vehicular travel and pedestrian and bike travel away from the site, but then also recognize that particularly with non-motorized travel and vehicular travel, much of it can be maintained during the construction. It has to be thought of in advance, and we're trying to start those dialogues.
Okay, great. And then I assume, are we going to talk more about transportation down the road? Because I have some thoughts on that, but if that's going to be a different discussion.
I think we're reaching the end.
I think it depends on what we do here tonight in terms of how much more there is discussion on transportation, or?
I'll just throw this out. This is more for the city. I know we're looking at changing one-way streets. And a question I have is, do Ann and Catherine, are they required to be one-way streets? Maybe not for this project, but just in general. I think that makes a lot of our streets complicated. And I know we're working to remove one-way streets in some areas. And this would be an area that I think the one-way streets do contribute to confusion and a lot of driving around and a lot of patterns that are kind of odd in this area. And I don't know if the residents prefer the one-way streets or not, but that's just something that I'd like to kind of have somebody take a look at we're looking at these as one-way streets, but I don't know that that's required in these areas.
Yeah, I would just add, well, one, I think it's probably bigger than this project. But I know that's an ongoing conversation. I know particularly with some of these streets, particularly further to the west, there's been some sort of preliminary looking at that. However, you really have to make some compromises when it relates to parking or non-motorized lanes on those. Some of those streets, as this is a historic neighborhood, the right-of-ways are particularly tight. So there would have to be some trade-offs likely in some cases to shift some of them to two-way traffic, specifically losing parking or potentially dedicated bike lanes. So I think that is something, though, that the city is generally looking at, but I would agree it's probably a bigger conversation than this.
So with the exception of the issue of the traffic entry, the parking entry and exit from the proposed project, it seemed like we had pretty much come to conclusion on most of the issues. We have before us a proposal that has, I believe, the support of the city traffic engineer in its current form, that we've had some questioning on. And the question I have for the commission tonight is, are we comfortable with moving forward with that as proposed? Or do we feel that this issue needs more study, in which case I think we have to look at a motion to postpone. We're not going to solve it here tonight. There are issues with the traffic that are not going to be resolved at this table. So I'm looking around to see if there's any direction from any people here in terms of whether we're ready to move forward today, or if there's a comfort level with that or not. Anyone? Commissioner Milstein?
I guess my question would be to Commissioner Ackerman, if he's comfortable taking this to City Council, because I think there's some open issues that can probably be resolved before they get to council, but I I would like to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, with respect to comments on architecture, and I'm gonna look to staff on the appropriateness of what I'm about to say, but in terms of comments on architecture, I definitely have seen elevations change between planning commission and city council. I think something as substantive as changing an entrance exit would require it coming back to planning commission. I imagine that's the case, and I'm looking to Mr. Leonard. What do you think Mr. McDonald would say?
Yeah, particularly in this case where you have, from a staff perspective,
Right.
We have concluded that this arrangement is a safer arrangement. So I think, definitely given the substantive change and the fact that it would be really moving against the staff's technical review, I would recommend it would come back to planning commission.
Yeah, and I figured that would be the case, and I'm not a prophet, but I have a feeling this exact same conversation is gonna happen again at the council table, and this is the first time, since 2016 that a public body has gotten to take a deep dive into this issue. And it seemed like there was a fair amount of consensus about curiosity about exploring the Glen entrance exit as a means to route traffic out of the neighborhood. I promise you the exact same conversation is going to come up again. But I'm one of the body, so my intention was to entertain postponement to see if staff would, given in light of this body's wanting to explore Glen, give staff I think just 2 weeks to explore this. I think it's a pretty easy decision tree. If the answer is staff won't move on their answer, then that's no, and it's ready to come back. If the answer is yes, I think there are plans and schematics already ready to go, and I don't think it needs to be a very long deliberation through the administrative process, but also happy to be deferential to staff on that timeline. That's not a motion, but.
Not exactly a motion, and, the other option is obviously we can approve it conditionally.
That it would be reviewed in the interim between planning, and I think that Mr. Leonard just commented that should that change be made between planning commission and council, it come back to planning commission.
Yeah, that's one option. I just want to come back to, we have an arrangement here that the petitioner has indicated operationally will work for them. It also meets our traffic review standards. Alternatively, given that it could progress now, and we could do what we can to add some of the additional language about traffic and some of those reasons why staff recommended this, so that gets accompanied to the city council. I think you're right. I think the same conversation is going to be held, but I can't speak for our traffic engineer, but the recommendation was based on system modeling, safety concerns. It's certainly possible that some other solution comes up, but I think the petitioner has also explored a lot of different avenues, and this seems to be the one that meets our expectations.
Then I suppose it is the petition as it stands and is worthy of a vote.
Yeah, my only hesitancy in postponing and having come back to us is that, I think those options have been explored.
Yeah.
And, well, we may not have been involved every step of the way. I'm not a traffic designer or civil engineer, and
Nor am I.
As great as the idea is, I might think we have here, I'm sure it's not going to be something that has been tested already. And I do think the conversation, because it is one that involves how this project impacts the neighborhood and the constituents, will happen at the next round as well.
And I wish I could encourage colleagues to review the traffic study done on behalf of the petitioner. And both options were explored pretty exhaustively with different conclusions.
Commissioner Briggs.
Yeah, I have a question for the petitioner, I guess, real quickly, that might help me understand which way I want to push. Would you have any interest in further exploring what the removal of those 4 parking kind of spaces out front would do to the traffic flow, and in terms of allowing, not parking spaces, but the drop-off spots, what that removal would do in terms of providing opportunity for a turning in on Glen?
Well, they sort of do get removed when you turn in on Glen because they sort of turn into a decel lane. So I'm not sure you'd want them removed. Yeah, the question that was brought up with what would happen when somebody is stopped in that lane and another car is behind it, well, the answer to what happens is there's a person that tells the person, like, motions them where to go. I think the human element has been taken out of the traffic review when you have a full-scale facility like this that is staffed to solve these issues with people. And when there's a valet standing there and a car stops and it's blocking and they don't realize they can turn right, somebody is telling them that the entrance is right around here, come turn right, before they get out of their car. So it's really not very complicated. I'm sure you've all been to hotels in cities that have people moving cars and people through to the right place. It's all about staff, you know, and it's a people issue.
But would you intend for that to function still as a spot for Uber stop and, you know, still as a?
Yeah, sometimes they stop and there's not a car. That, you know, it sort of depends when. And you know, you get used to the operation and the traffic flow for the people working the station. So they know that if it's like 10 o'clock at night and an Uber car is there, that it's fine because there's very little traffic and it's not going to become an issue. If it's during rush hour, you probably wouldn't even have a car stop there. You would have them come in to the porte cochere where there's plenty of space and, you know, and do whatever they have to do and exit. So it's not as complicated, and it's not really just about these modeling, because the modeling, they don't have valets and they don't have luggage people and doormen and, you know, there's a difference that doesn't fit into the modeling. You know, I understand that, I guess the issue is that you could pass this plan tonight, and then if council wanted us to explore something else, we might have to come back here. Is that the issue?
I don't think you'd come back here in
This,
the,
yeah, council could do, I mean, we could have the conversation at the next table with the recommendation or
Yeah,
without the
I mean,
recommendation.
they could send you back here, but they typically do not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I can tell you, we're happy, I mean, we would be thrilled if you would approve us tonight based on the plans that the staff has supported. And we'd be happy to, you know, to work with staff prior to council to see if there is some other solution, you know, like a write-in and leave the other entrance for the exiting. We're not inflexible. In fact, we want this to work. We think what the plan that is proposed does work, and we would be happy to explore others in preparation for going to council.
Now, what my partner meant to say was, you know, I remember the gap between 2016 and tonight is that, you know, we had a belief in the Glen entrance, but you also heard Mr. Liu, you know, who was pretty firm in his professional view of what this was, and Mr. Leonard seemed to, you know, back up sort of the staff view. So we're kind of caught on the horns of a dilemma, right? I mean, honestly. So that's where, if it would be possible to, you know, give us an affirmative vote tonight, and if this becomes an issue at council, then it will. But
And just to clarify.
in other words, if you were to make a delay, I'm asking myself, what could change in 2 weeks that didn't change
In a year.
in a year?
Fair enough. And Just to clarify the process, we're voting on a recommendation, not on approval, so it's gonna go
No,
to
we
council.
understand.
It goes to
Yeah.
council regardless, with
Right.
an affirmative vote
Right.
or a.
We're
a
recommending
vote
body.
negative. Yeah.
What if you make the entrance on Ann Street 2 ways? Make Ann Street 2 ways from the entrance to the left.
Thank you for the
Travis, some comments.
question. That's probably a bigger study than what we have before us tonight. And I think there are some issues about width of street and so forth that have been brought up. But it may be that that's something the petitioner looks at and if they proceed forward. Commissioner Mills.
So, again, I wear the hat of cyclist here, right? Like, the reason that I would want more study is that I am really concerned about the 8 feet between that drop-off lane, those 4, drop-off spots, and people entering the hotel. That's two-way cycle traffic, plus all of the pedestrians, plus people getting in and out of their cars. That's not something that you see right now at the new hotel. What is the one? Yeah, because that's not, people aren't cycling on that sidewalk.
They shouldn't be cycling on this sidewalk either.
That is the cycle path there.
Yeah, it's the recommended path.
And so the fact that multi-use, like the recommended multi-use path is 10 feet wide, or at least that's what I heard from the last time, and this is the cycle highway between Central and North Campus, that's what's leaving me, like uncomfortable about this, like from my perspective. Do you need those 4 drop-off spots? The other thing I'm weighing is like a lot of people are using Uber, so I don't want to like lose that, but that is really bottlenecking there, and so that's what I would like more look at, because I don't think you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the cycle traffic and the narrowness of that been modeled there. It's not what happens at the intersections. It's more people coming out of that revolving door getting run over by a cyclist, or forcing all of the cyclists who are on this cycle highway to have to get off and walk their bike to be like reasonable human beings, right? Cyclists don't try to run over people, but like that's what I'm concerned about, is that this is the cycle highway between the 2 campuses, and that 8 feet is not very wide for all of that activity there.
I think it's worthwhile to also take a look at the lane width for the drop-off to see how much lateral clearance that would provide. So if anyone has the number, I think that's going to be helpful here.
So are you suggesting that instead of a 12-foot lane, it could be a 10-foot lane?
I think right now it's 12 foot, so that's going to provide some lateral clearance between the different activities, from passengers getting in and out of the vehicle to interacting with the activities on the sidewalk.
Yeah. I'm just trying to put the kind of activity that we just don't have a lot of good examples of this downtown. I think that will help a little bit, but it doesn't stop people from, it's great. I think it's fantastic that we have retail or restaurant or commercial proposed here, but that means that there's going to be more people coming in and out, and unfortunately our overall transportation plan, this is not your problem, but this is the overall transportation plan for this corridor, does not accommodate the uses that we have. And so that part in particular of this site plan and narrowing that has to do with traffic, because we've been talking about it, is what I'm concerned about. I don't know but maybe I'm crazy and that's totally fine.
So I do want to try to get you to clarify, are you asking if the sidewalk can be made wider at that location? Or through either elimination of the 4 drop-off spaces or narrowing of that drop-off lane?
Thank you for yes, that is exactly what I am asking about.
We did reduce the number of drop-off spaces from 5 down to 4. at staff recommendation. And we did increase the width of the drop-off lane from 10 feet to 12 feet. If it were 10 feet, then we could have a 10-foot sidewalk. But I think what Luke just said is that the 12 feet actually provides more space to maneuver so that there's less conflict with the sidewalk, I think.
You would have some flexibility in judging the best use of the 2-foot, the 2 feet.
I wouldn't have any problem with a 10-foot drop-off and with 10 feet and 10 feet of sidewalk. I don't have a problem with that.
And what I heard from before the talking about, I think that's helpful to know. And before, what I heard about the talking of the 12-foot was to eliminate the problem that Commissioner Milstein had seen around the other hotel with people in the driving lane, not pulling far enough into it. That doesn't solve your cyclist problem now if people instead pull closer to the curb. So, again,
You have parallel parking all over the city that has
Right.
10-foot spaces.
Yeah.
With
So
people opening a door on a sidewalk and opening a door into traffic.
Yeah.
Which is why originally we had that.
Yeah, so I don't know if it warrants full study. I don't know if maybe that's a change that you guys think that we ought to make. If staff should think about it before going on, we have to vote, so.
Yeah, we're quickly approaching 11:30.
If I may add something, I think it's critical to realize we have some space that we can work with here. And whether it's maintain the design as is or enlarge the width of this location, we'll have more things to take into consideration about upstream, downstream, how to let the whole system function as a whole, to look at just, not only one spot, but also a wider to zoom out and make sure everything works.
Thank you. So here's what I'd like to suggest. I'd like to suggest amending the motion in the last sentence where it says, with the condition that the 5 lots are combined before issuance of any permits, and maintaining a 10-foot, what do we call the path? A 10-foot pedestrian multi-use path along the entire width of the property on the Glen side. Maybe that's too much to put into a motion. But that does not prescribe a solution. It just says, there are several ways that they could achieve that, but it's saying that that's an important planning aspect. Commissioner Milstein?
So my only concern with that is, we're experiencing that right now on Ashley, is that, yes, people know how to parallel park, but the issue is when people are pulling up to a hotel and all of a sudden all the doors are being open, that one lane, and that's what I'm worried about, because on Ashley, at least you have multiple lanes. My concern is you have one lane that's pretty much blocked.
The motion didn't stipulate that reducing that. It just said that to maintain the path. There might be another way that they can create a 10-foot path. They could maybe pull the building back 2 feet, or maybe it is, but staff would have to review and approve it in either case. That's trying to get to the result that we think is most important, but maybe that's too specific for a motion, and we need to not move forward.
I don't know if that's, I would feel like maybe city council or staff would send it back here. I don't.
For 2 feet.
If we're moving the building 2 feet back.
I missed that somewhere in the.
No.
There's nowhere to move it.
We're not moving the building.
We're reducing those 4 pull-in spaces, we're reducing them from 12 feet to 10 feet in width, east to west.
Commissioners, could I add
I would
one?
like to, in some way, I'm sorry, Jill.
We're gonna have to make
Go ahead.
another motion to extend.
Just one more tiny bit of information. When you keep thinking about the Ashley Hotel, the Marriott, in addition to the 10-foot pull-out, it has a 6-foot bike lane and then 2 full travel lanes. This is 1 lane with no bike lane.
Mhm.
That 6-foot bike lane is really a good buffer for door swing, unfortunately.
I would like it to make a motion to postpone for 2 weeks, because I think this is a great project. I think the petitioner has done really outstanding work on a lot of different things, but I think there's a lot of outstanding traffic-related questions, which I think were brought up by the neighbors, which I think are legitimate, and that also relate to bicycle and pedestrian traffic, which is not always one of our strengths in terms of planning for them in Ann Arbor. We're getting better, but we don't always factor that in. I know 2 weeks is not a long time to look at, but I think it merits a little bit more. I would hope that next time this came in front of us, we wouldn't spend this amount of time talking about it again, but would be speedy about saying there is another option that we could move forward with, or no, this really needs to be moved on to council. That would be my request.
So your motion is to postpone for 2 weeks?
Correct.
To allow the petitioner to address,
And for the city to explore options more as well.
can you be a little more specific about what you want them to address?
Traffic flow, the traffic through on Ann Street, the entrance and exit on Ann, as well as the pedestrian bicycle flow traffic on Glen.
Okay. And is there a second for that? Commissioner Mills? Any discussion about the proposed, the motion to postpone? I have,
Am I allowed to ask a question?
I will allow you to ask a question.
Well, what would you want us to be doing during this 2 weeks? Because, we've been doing it for 18 months. So, I would like to accommodate your desires, but
This is,
so far, there has been no flexibility on, on.
this is more of a request on my part, I think, for staff, for city staff to look at this a little more aggressively.
And they might tell,
maybe it already
they
has
might
been, maybe
propose something to me. I'm just trying to understand, like, am I supposed to be drawing something or presenting something? Because I don't know what it is I would present.
I guess my hope is that if they looked at something and said, if something could be, if there was a request, if they could see an improvement on bicycle and pedestrian flow, if you changed the drop-off area, that might require a different drawing from you. Maybe it's going back to previous plans that you've already submitted. It sounds like there was the previous 2016 plans,
But
which
those
addressed a lot.
plans actually make, I'm just, have to say.
Point of order, we're reaching time.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes, and there is a motion on the floor. As discussion,
I think we need a motion to continue, actually.
I think, all right, so we got to pull the motion. Erica needs to pull the motion.
Pulled.
All right.
We'll come back to that.
I move to extend the meeting until 11:40. Let's get aggressive.
Second, all in favor of extending till 11:40?
Yes.
Yes.
Say yes, yes.
Yes, Chairman Klein. There's a piece of history that I don't think anybody's talked about yet. We originally had the drop-off lane at 10 feet. We did talk about that. But we had the sidewalk at 5 feet, and city staff did do the review and asked us to increase the drop-off lane to 12 feet, and then the sidewalk to 8 feet. They actually moved the building in, moved some columns in, so that was at the request of city staff that I think was, initiated by the other hotel that you're talking about on Ashley.
Okay, appreciate that history.
And
So-
just one more piece, and then I'm done. But the other conflict is that the sidewalk issue becomes worse if there's an entrance on Glen, because now we're bringing cars across the sidewalk. So, we've gone through sort of all of these issues in pretty, in finite detail, but, so, that's all.
Thank you for saying that. I was actually going to allow Commissioner Briggs to make her motion again, but I did want to bring up actually the same point that I think we need to be explicit about, are we asking them to evaluate a different auto entry exit and understand that by doing that, we're going to probably exacerbate the cycling issue? Or do we maintain the arrangement as it is and ask them, are we asking them to explore finding 10 feet to avoid that conflict? So I don't want to give them conflicting instructions. So with that in mind, would you like to make a motion to postpone? Commissioner Milstein.
So I have a question for our traffic engineer. Is there anything that you've heard today or this evening that would make you want to reevaluate? Is there anything that you've heard that will change anything that you're thinking that you've? I'll end it right there.
I think for motor vehicle access, the analysis is pretty in shape that I would not wish to, I find hard to find more items to evaluate at this point. And in terms of accommodating non-motorized needs, I think there are some other ways we can explore down the road to accommodating that, possibly providing a cycling track for this location. It does accommodate the needs for cyclists, but then we'll have to realize at the same time there are pedestrians, there are other non-motorized users, so I'm not 100% confident in proposing implementing a cycle track for this location at this point.
Yeah, and I don't think they were actually suggesting a cycle track, but
Okay.
appreciate your. So I'm going to come back and.
No, actually, I'm not putting forth that motion at this point.
Why? Everybody else gets up and talks, so I'm going to get up and talk. I'm sort of aggravated
Please,
that the staff.
The other folks were asked to get up and speak.
Oh, other folks, pardon?
Were asked to get up and speak, or were asked questions,
Oh,
had questions
okay.
directed to them. The traffic engineer was asked by a commissioner here if they would respond.
But the traffic is being
Can-
forced into our neighborhood.
Thank you.
So that the
Can-
people that live there are less important than other stuff, and it's very hard to listen to.
So we have about 6 minutes here. If there's not a motion, is anyone going to move to postpone, or I'm going to call the question? And Commissioner Mills?
I'm not moving to postpone. I was hoping to make an amendment because we talked about a couple things that we wanted added to the development agreement, and I don't know if we should make a formal amendment to the motion that
I
we add.
believe we usually, in the memo to council, ask for that because the city attorney's office, but Mr. Leonard can speak to that if there's a.
Yeah, no, we'll take those directions and we'll make sure that they can incorporate it. We try to articulate that in the staff memo when it goes to council about the discussion and reflect that that's been reflected, or those changes have been reflected in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Ultimately, we don't, the development memo is, or development agreement is not, we're not a party to that, council and the city are, so. Commissioner Weatherby.
And this is probably for staff, one of the things, if we do go forward with this, I think often council comments, oh, the planning commission approved this unanimously. And I think there are a lot of reservations here that there may not be is there a way to indicate to council that without having a split vote, that we are deeply conflicted about the traffic or parking, or in a way other than an amendment or a?
My best advice is you need to vote what your belief is on this project meeting our standards. I mean, your collective votes mean the voice of the planning commission, and whether that's a 6-1 vote or a 7-0 vote, it has the same recommendation of approval to the city council.
I would also say it's preserved in the minutes, and I on developments like this, attempt to summarize the voice of the planning commission, or the many voices of the planning commission, in my first time speaking, and then give my own opinion in the second. And have tried to divorce those two things as best as possible.
And I will say that normally for something like this, I would probably push actually for a postponement to allow the petitioner to come back, but in as much as they have shown the other options, and that I believe that council will actually make them go through this again.
I think
I'm not sure that
yeah.
there's value in that.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable dance because it's a unique situation that it's in the HDC and that it's a PUD, and so many of the conversations that we're having right now were had at a different table and in staff negotiation, seemingly time and time again if you look through the records. And so it's an awkward situation for us in that it definitely feels as though there are questions that are unanswered, but that have been answered many times over. Just in conversations that we weren't immediately present in.
So I'm going to call the question. We'll vote on the motion as written. All in favor of the motion as written, please raise your right hand and say yes.
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 All opposed?
No.
No. So it is 6-1. The motion passes. Thank you all for your attention. Folks, we're not done yet. We have audience participation.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant another.
And so if you are a member of the audience and you would like to address the commission on any item at all, now would be a time to do that.
I find it unbelievable that the staff would recommend putting 1,600 or 1,900 cars a day through our neighborhood. That just is, I can't even process that. The streets, Ann, Catherine, Lawrence, Kingsley are so narrow that they have to be one-way streets. They can't be two-way streets. The blocks of Ann and Catherine between Ingalls, since I have lived on Catherine, the block between Glen and Ingalls has been one way uphill, one way downhill, two ways halfway up the block, and then one way the rest of the way, and now that one block is two ways. You could take the block of Ann Street and make it two ways from the entrance of the hotel down to Glen, and that would solve all the problems of people turning around and not having to go through the neighborhood to go through stuff. They could just go up Ann and come down Ann, and that would be the end of it.
I think that's an interesting idea, and thank you.
When you talk about making the streets of the Old Fourth Ward two-way streets, we have parking on both sides of the street. And believe me, we have parking issues all the time. Last week, the board of the Old Fourth Ward Association spent 3 hours talking to a great degree about parking and what we can do about the ever-expanding parking lots that are installed by landlords, because we're always reporting to Jill all these parking lots that suddenly are, so much bigger. This is something we deal with. We do have an on-street parking permit system, but most of the people who park on the street get out of their cars and walk to the university. And then we don't have any enforcement. So the people who live in the neighborhood, even if they got a permit, they couldn't park. So it's not willy-nilly, let's just make these two-way streets, Julie. It just doesn't work like that. They're narrow streets. This is the oldest residential neighborhood in Ann Arbor. So please don't think that that's an option, because it's not. And we deal with this all the time, where we're trying to work with landlords, and we try to be really good citizens and report violations, but the police don't come and enforce it. So it's really tough.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ray? Okay. I'm going to end the audience participation. Commission proposed business. No one's daring to propose their...
Can I propose that we add to our work plan to consider removing area plans for rezoning?
Do you mean that, so a lot of communities just allow rezoning without any
No,
plan?
that it needs to have a site plan.
So you would, all rezonings would require a site plan?
Well, we need to, I guess we need to, exploration of what it would mean to remove area plans from applicant-led rezonings.
Commissioner Briggs?
Based on the public commentary we just got back, I wonder if that's the question of having Ann be a two-way street for that segment, if that's something that staff could explore before this
Wouldn't you
gets to
trap people who
city council.
turn-
I have no idea what that looks like. I have no idea what that means, but,
You trap people
but
into
if
the
that's
parking
just something that could be answered, I think that would be useful if you have time to look at that. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is, but.
I'm no traffic engineer, but please keep in mind that the recommendations that staff does performs based on a pretty complex model of the way traffic movements happen. So it's not necessarily as simple as what would happen. It might cause, in fact, a whole new model to be generated, which might have new trips. That might require a whole new traffic study of the petitioner so that we could evaluate it. I think we'll do the best we can, but I just want to be clear that I think when we're talking about some of the configurations of the streetscape, those are probably movement and clearance things that we could probably review relatively easily. But when we start talking about the changing of patterns of traffic, that implicates the whole model. And whether the train station is at where it is now or at Fuller or anywhere, this area is already impacted by train station traffic. And so it's just to say that I think we can look at it. It might be an incomplete review sans running that entire model.
Of course.
I'm going to ask for a motion for adjournment. Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Gibb Randall. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're done.
What is it?